Okay. Aaron, I'm going to go ahead and make you a co-host just in case anything ever happened with the signal, then you would just continue hosting it. Hey, welcome everybody. We'll call the February Town of Rochester regular board meeting to order. Stand for the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Kate, if you would do the roll call, please.
Councilman Coleman.
Here.
Councilwoman Anawen. Did she say here?
You're muted, Aaron.
Here.
Councilman Paddock.
Here.
Councilwoman Smeeseth. Here. Supervisor Baden.
Here. Okay, also present is attorney for the town, Mary Lou Christiana. We'll start with the first resolution, the acceptance of the agenda. I'm going to ask that the town board accepts the agenda with the addition of a resolution or an application for funding and supervisor signature as prepared by the town supervisor. Do I have that motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
So there's a resolution that is timely that needs our acceptance. So Ashley, Recreation Director, can file a request for funding. So I'm adding that to the agenda. So all in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, the financial report. Our January 2022 report has been filed with the town clerk, and I've emailed all of you a copy of that. Our 2021 year-end W-2s and 1099s were distributed on January 31 to all the employees and vendors who received 1099s. Thank you to my assistant, Tim Hurley, for getting all that together. We have been utilizing our new financial system, QuickBooks, since January 1. And we've had a few challenges, but for the most part, it's working very well. You might have seen the change in the financial report. It reflects the change. We're still working a little bit on that formatting of that report. And we will probably perfect it a little bit more as time goes on. And because we're still doing payroll in the old system, we had to manually enter all the payroll information into that financial report. But that leads me to the next part. Tim and I are working with ADP very aggressively to have the conversion be done by the end of first quarter. We actually uploaded a bunch of information to them today, and we have a meeting scheduled tomorrow to see how the transfer of that information goes. With any luck, we'll be doing a test of payroll with them February 24th and March 3rd, with the goal of them running payroll starting on March 10th. If we don't get it in place by the 17th, we're going to have to wait till April, because they have their own policy to not start a new payroll system after the third week at the end of a quarter, because of the additional responsibilities of quarterly filing and all that. But we have a pretty aggressive schedule set up between us and our vendor. And as long as we keep meeting the benchmarks, and we have about 6 or 7 benchmarks and conference calls at each benchmark to see how we're doing. So we expect that we'll be up and running by early March with that. The financials, the revenue for January 2022, the general fund took in $324,804.47. A large part of that was our mortgage tax receipts that we received the end of December, early January. Hang on a minute, we lost. Michael, I just got an invite for you to come in the meeting room, but you're already in.
Yeah, that's me. I'm trying to get it on a different screen so I can see.
Okay,
people.
understood. I'm just making sure somebody wasn't cloning you.
No, not me.
Highway fund revenue for January is $1,788.99. The expenditures, abstract 13 of 2021, general fund $26,235.87. Highway fund $17,862.94. Street lighting fund $658.17. The escrow account $6,447.62. Abstract 1 of 2022, general fund $149,916.99. Highway fund $185,901.41. Street lighting and escrow fund are at, there were no expenditures in January. Total expenditures for the month of January, general fund is $248,384.26. Highway fund $268,760.16. Street lighting fund $658.17. Escrow account $6,447.62. Next, I have emailed you. I apologize, it was later this afternoon. Budget modifications. So I'm making a recommended resolution. The town board authorizes the supervisor in the capacity of budget officer to make budget modifications to the 2021 general fund and highway fund budgets as presented. Do I have that motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions on it? What it is it's a balancing. If you look at that chart, you will see that there's changes in the revenue line as well as changes in the expenditure line. It zeroes itself out. It's moving items from one fund to another to reflect where we spent more money than we anticipated in some lines and less in others. There will probably be one more balancing once we do the abstract 14 of that before we file our AUD. In past, this hasn't happened, and we've had budget lines be overdrawn and other budget lines be underdrawn. And when the AUD was done, it was just sort of addressed at that point. But I wanted to try to make these now so we could have a better handle on where we stand financially for last year. So if nobody has any questions, then Kate, we'll call the vote on that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great, thank you very much. Attorney for the town report, Mary Lou.
I was very busy last month with the paperwork for the Hoots Catalpa Lane appeal of the ZBA decisions. They were filed last week, and now the attorney for the Hoots gets one more chance. They have 10 days to get in their final papers, and then at some point this spring or early summer, the appellate division will give us a date for oral argument. And let's see, so the training that I was going to do for the planning board at the January workshop meeting, we put off till February because I didn't want to take time away from the Hoots appeal, and I want to give them a good training session. So we'll be doing that at the end of the month. And, you know, lots of applications going on. ZBA and planning board are keeping me busy.
Okay. The couple other topics, Mary Lou, but as we get to those agenda items.
Yeah, the
figure
other
you'll
things
weigh
I
in on
figure
them.
will, yeah,
Yep.
absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. Kate, Town Clerk, Tax Collector Report?
For the month, I just lost my earring. For the month of January, the town clerk office took in $36,493.03. On the tax collector end, we took in $5,207,903.83, which is approximately 300,000 more than this time last year. So it was a very busy month and people are paying their taxes, which is great. Do you want me to do the HPC liaison report when the
Yeah,
other?
why don't you
reports
do
are-
that when we do the liaison
Got it.
reports, Kate?
And
Yeah.
that's all I have for now.
I just want to take a second to thank Kate and Christina and Tabitha for the amazing work that they do in the tax office, or in the clerk's office. But in the month of January, the end of December in the month of January is without a doubt the busiest time of the year in that office. And those three ladies do a fabulous job keeping it running smoothly. It's always nice when Kate comes down to my office and hands me a check for $1 million. That's always nice too. But the town owes them a great gratitude for the amount of work that they do all year long, but especially in January, on top of all their other duties. So thank you, Kate, and your staff for everything you
Thank
guys
you.
do. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yep, no problem. Highway Superintendent, I think Jeff is busy preparing for the ice that we are expecting tonight, tomorrow. The Bridge New York grant is moving forward, and I'll give more of an update on that when we get to grants. But we did have, our highway department has been out a number of times. We did have a few instances of trucks ending up off the road and having to be pulled out. So there, in the bills, you saw there were a couple bills, but the guys are doing a really great job. We appreciate all the work that they're doing. And we'll hopefully tonight, it won't get quite as cold as it's supposed to, but we will see tomorrow morning. Correspondence report, there was quite a bit that I filed with you. There is an update from the Ulster County Supreme Court of two decisions. Mary Lou, I forwarded them on to you as well. There is a letter from a resident who is talking about various properties that the town owns and basically questioning if the town intends to use these properties or what they are doing, would like to do with them. We had a resignation from a ZBA member. A letter from a resident about cable television and broadband on Sherrytown Road, and Michael will probably talk a little bit more about that when we get to that. Various communications from myself to other agencies, various communications from town residents about questions of things. From the DOT, we had asked that they cut back a little bit on the area at Airport Road and 209, and we did get correspondence in January from Dave Corrigan that they had cut back some of the brush there. A resident who would like to have a business sign at 209 and Main Street directed them to the DOT, who has jurisdiction over that. A letter from Supervisor Safranco of Olive to both the county executive and Congressman Delgado regarding a healthcare facility in the town of Olive. But a number of us neighboring supervisors also signed on to the letter. It's their only healthcare facility in the Route 28 corridor. And for various reasons, they are closing their doors. And it's many of us signed on with him requesting some sort of assistance to try to alleviate that problem. Some communications from the DEC about a permit on a private property. The United States Department of Commerce Census Bureau is constantly sending us information. And this is if we had any change to the boundaries of our town, which we have not. A communication from a resident about 5G. Another communication from Dave Corrigan from the DOT, also about that sign request. The monthly Central Hudson communication. And I think that was it. Along with some others that I have, there are a few other communications that I have come in since then that I forwarded to you directly by email. Excuse me, supervisor's update. COVID-19 report, as of yesterday, 73% of the residents in the county are vaccinated. There are currently 890 active cases of COVID. There have been 361 fatalities in the county. The 890 is a significant drop from the almost 7,000, or actually over 7,000 just a couple weeks ago. In the town of Rochester, we are down to 36 active cases, and we have had 8 fatalities during the course of the COVID-19. We were very close to 300 cases a couple weeks ago. We may have even pushed slightly over for a day or two. So we're seeing a significant drop again. I suspect a lot of that increase was the holidays. And that's good news, though, that the numbers have dropped so much so rapidly. Grant updates. The New York Rising grants, the Accord Community Center project may finally be getting closer to close out. We got the architect to finish signing off on all the documentation. I know the project has been physically done for quite some time, but the closeout and the sign-off paperwork process to wrap up a federal grant takes a lot of time and energy and signatures and review. We'll be issuing probably the second to last check to the vendor who did the work this week. The Algerville Firehouse project, they have poured the slabs and have done the spray insulation inside the building. That was being done last week, the spray insulation, and now the electricians and the plumbing staff, plumbing vendors are getting in there and dealing with the duct work and a lot of the stuff within the walls. We'll be able to get the walls will start going in very soon in the main apparatus bay, and that will get that buttoned up and really save us. Right now, we're maintaining temporary heat in there while the concrete cures, but once the insulation got in there and the walls get in there, we won't have to continue to maintain the temporary heat that's being done in there to the level that it is right now. Bridge New York grant, the Boyce Mill Road Bridge. We have been in communication with the DOT. I have a meeting scheduled with them next week for the first steps of the grant. It has been transmitted to the Ulster County Transportation Council. There is a public comment period that is going on till mid-February on that project right now with the Transportation Council. What happens is that project gets assimilated into their schedule of plans because it's federal money through the state to us, but it goes through the county, through the Transportation Council, through the, what's called the TIP plan. I'm not sure what, Transportation Improvement Plan maybe is what it stands for. Anyway, it has been approved by, or accepted by them. There's a public comment period, and at their February meeting, they will go over any comments received. I don't anticipate there will be any, or if there are, they will probably be favorable. And I'll certainly have more information about selecting a consultant and a vendor on that in the next several months. The local government records management grant. This is the building department code enforcement record conversion. There's a couple agenda items tonight for resolution for us to award the contracts to the vendors. We have finally gotten the MWBE, the Minority Women's Business criteria satisfied with NICID and with the education department, and so we're able to now move forward. So with any hope, next week we'll be able to send the first half of the records to them and start the conversion process. We have until, Kate, do you remember June? What is the date? You were muted, sorry, 13th?
June 30th.
30th.
It was June 30th.
So we have until June 30th to complete the project. We got held up a little bit. This was a grant we applied for in 2019 for 2020 funding. They didn't make any awards in 2020. They happily, they rolled them over and we did get awarded in 2021. So we have 1 year from award date to complete the project. The local champions grant that we received last year, where Madeline Russo was able to go to basically a series of classes and seminars on the town's behalf. I was asked to do a follow-up interview with the people who provided that funding a couple weeks ago, and we did that. They asked how the process is working. I basically went through it, and Erin, I did give her your information too. The woman, I don't know if she reached out to you or not. They may make some future funding available for other types of projects, but it was more just a question and answer back and forth about how it worked for us. Were we happy with the results? How could they do it better, kind of thing. Employee yearly evaluations is something we've talked about for a number of years. Back in the early 2000s, we used to do it on a regular basis. Adam, as I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, as the HR liaison, I'm wondering if you will coordinate with Mike Richardson and kind of come up with a plan so we could do these over the summer before our next budget cycle. And so if you can reach out to Mike Richardson and kind of devise a plan of how best to do this. And I really would like to get us back in the habit of doing this.
No problem. I'll take care of it.
Thank you. The OSI Rail Trail project, for people who are not aware, the O&W trail from the Accord Town Hall to Kerhonkson, OSI has received funding from the Ulster County to do rehab of that, to fix some of the drainage issues and things. I spoke with Bob Annenberg of OSI yesterday. He will probably be coming to our meeting on the 16th in February to talk to us a little bit more. They're in the process of finalizing the funding through the county. He is confident that will happen this month, and they're anxious to get going as soon as the weather gets better. Mary Lou, for us, they'll be providing us insurance certifications and all that, and we'll just have you involved to make sure that we're getting everything we need to get for them to work on our trail. So
Sounds good. And we'll keep Dwight involved too, I assume.
Yep. And that leads me into the next question. A question came up about insurance coverage of our rail trail volunteers. I spoke to Dwight. What initiated it is we had a tree that was kind of leaning. Jeff was having trouble getting somebody in there to get it. I had a volunteer who offered, but he asked about insurance. And I said, before you do that, let me reach out to my insurance agent. Dwight has checked our policy, and the policy that we thought might cover it, which is our volunteers policy. He came back with an opinion that it would not cover it. He is exploring other options for us, for when people are working on the trail using power tools, using saws. He's going to get back to us. He does know that Wawarsing had a policy that had this kind of coverage. He's working on it for us, and it's not something we need immediately. So I just, the question came up, we asked the question, and we got the answer. So
I'm glad the question came up because that's good to know that it doesn't cover it. And we should get that.
And that was why I said, no, you better not go cut that tree down, even though you're offering, until I make sure that you're covered just in case. So, and we did get the tree out with a professional vendor at no charge. It was the tree guys that were using our town hall to park their truck, and they took care of it for us in return for letting them park their trucks on our property. But
I'm sorry, Mike, can I ask a question quickly?
sure.
So am I remembering right that we thought the town's policies would cover volunteers at the tour at the transfer station? Does that mean that they're not covered?
No, they are covered. They are covered. They're not operating. The issue was the power tools and the saws and things. They are indeed covered, and that was clarified with Dwight. But thank you for that question. The issue would be is the liability increases if somebody's using a chainsaw or swinging a pickaxe or whatever they may be doing in doing maintenance on the trail. So that's where that conversation came from. But the volunteers are covered at the transfer station.
Yeah, I was definitely not wielding a shovel out there.
I didn't think so. That's all I have for supervisor update. Let's move to liaison reports, and I'm going to go alphabetically. So Michael, you're first.
Excellent. I guess in terms of the EMS and fire district, so I've made contact with members of both EMS squads in the fire district. We're in the process of figuring out times when we can meet to discuss ways to coordinate with the town. For those who don't know, obviously all three organizations are independent of the town. So my role in the process is really just to make myself available whenever there's something they need, whether it's help from the town. Also, I want to kind of highlight a lot of the amazing work that these organizations do and the individual members for the community. So I'm looking forward to doing that, to meeting some more folks that are involved there and talking about what they do for the town. On the Spectrum side, I've reached out to our POCs there, and I'm working to try and get some more information from them about the availability of cable and broadband services in town. I'm still waiting to hear back from them to see if we can get a better understanding of where the current coverage gaps are. I'm also working on updating some existing maps that members of the town had made previously about some areas where we know that there's no coverage. For residents, if you live in an area of town where there's a large amount of parcels that don't have access, please reach out to me and let me know. And I've also been reviewing our existing franchise agreement, which is going to be up for renegotiation soon. So obviously the more information we have from people about whether or not they have service will help us in that process to make sure that they're aware of the gaps and that we can ask and see about getting additional coverage. So that's all for me for now.
Okay, Aaron?
I can successfully unmute. So at the transfer station, it's been cold, as it has been everywhere else. I think we are awaiting the purchase of some new tech, a computer, to restart the process of accepting credit cards, which we had started last year but never were able to follow up on. I have one very short story where some residents kept calling the transfer station and saying that the website said that we were closed on Thursdays, but we are. And as we know, Thursdays we've been slow. And of course, the website says we're open on Thursdays, but then I thought about it and I Googled Town of Rochester Transfer Station, and the Google listing said that we were closed on Thursday. So I had that updated. So hopefully that clears up any confusion, because it was coming up every week. People were saying that it said we were closed, and that was the culprit. For the code enforcement office, I don't have much to report other than as of late last week, they had received 10 to 11 short-term transient rental applications for the new slot. So trickling in. I'm hoping to do a visit next week and get a better understanding of how the inner workings of that office a little bit better for my own knowledge. So for the ECC/environment, I occasionally go to the Climate Smart county committee meetings, since we are a Climate Smart community, but we don't yet have our committee formed. I go to those as our town representative, I guess. And a few things came up in that, which I wanted to share with the board. And hopefully maybe one of them we could discuss at our workshop meeting. One is there's through the county, there's a Arbor Day tree planting funding available for a municipal project. And I had asked members of the ECC if they could make suggestions, but I also wanted to let the board know. I know that there are some areas that we've discussed for a couple years about planting more trees. But hopefully that's something, if there's energy behind it, I'd be happy to put together an application for the town for that. Another thing that is on my list to discuss with the ECC might come up later, Mike. I wasn't sure for our last discussion item, the watershed park. There were some questions.
I've got that on. I mean, if you want to bring it up now, but I've got it on the discussion items.
Yeah, there were some questions about last year. We had authorized access to members of the ECC to do trail work and some of the mapping that Councilman Hewitt, or former Councilman Hewitt, was doing. And just what's the guidelines around that sort of activity, and how should they get pre-authorization from the board for that? Just questions around that. And originally they had started on their agenda, they had a snowshoeing event, but since that was a public event, I said that I didn't think that was something that they could just do, since it's not a public park. We didn't create a park there yet. It's a project that's in process. So I wanted to bring that up, and hopefully maybe we'll get to that discussion at the end, but just to get clarity around how we treat that property and access to it. But the ECC, they do have, for the public, they have a couple open seats now. So anyone who's interested in that should reach out to the board. And I think that's it. That's all I have for a liaison report.
Yeah, Aaron, on the ECC, there was one resignation. There is a second person I'm told probably will be resigning because they're moving, but if you can follow up, maybe we can talk offline with the specific name, but we do need a resignation from them officially.
Yeah, I did make that clear at the meeting. I know there's one vacancy, and I think another one resignation, so there's 2 seats, right?
Right now, there's one open
Oh, just
seat.
one vacancy.
And
Okay.
then the other person, I'm told, is moving out of the area, and so
Okay.
will be resigning, but we still, that seat isn't open yet until they resign. So, as far as I know, those are the only 2. And if there's a third, I don't know about it.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Kate, we'll let you do the HPC. Thank you.
So I was unable to attend the meeting because it's right in the heart of tax collection season. So I was only able to gather some information and discussion with Wilton and through email chain. They are having some discussions on how they can promote the HPC this year, different activities they can do and get involved in the town. And they had some great ideas. They're talking about doing an historic barn tour with Harry Hansen, who's helped with a lot of the projects that the HPC has done in the past. And I came up with an idea because I've had a few ideas for this year for ways to get the community together. And when Michael mentioned it in the beginning of the year, I said, hey, this is a great time for me to bring all my party ideas to the board. So one of them, and I don't know if Michael and Aaron would like to maybe work with me on this, is having a farmer's market, maybe in July at the park. And with that, also having a whole section on our historic farmsteads in town and allow people to then go tour the farmstead with Harry Hansen, who has an incredible amount of knowledge on the agricultural history of our town, and base that day around the agriculture of the town of Rochester, and make it historic, make it fun, maybe have some music, get people there for the farmers market. So I discussed that a little bit with Wilton. He liked that idea. And also they're talking about possibly giving out historic preservation awards at Heritage Day. And they discussed different like merit awards and requirements in order to get the criteria in order to get these awards. I thought that was a great idea. And they're trying to figure out a way of promoting the Palentown School a little more. And I also have an idea with that in September. And that is it for that. Yes.
Yeah, I was actually hosting the meeting. So they are looking at doing the Ash Tree Arts Festival again in, when was that? In June,
Okay.
I believe.
Yeah.
And they also were interested in looking into grant money for refurbishment and rehab of the Palentown Schoolhouse, which needs some work. And maybe you can help me. I've looked online. The CDBG grant cycle isn't posted yet, but I Google searched, historic preservation grants, and there's not a lot out there right now. But I did tell Wilton I would do a little research to see what we can find. He and Natalie from the HPC will work on putting together the application if we send them in the right direction. But I kind of struck out in terms of information because it just doesn't look like there's much out there right now.
Right. Okay.
But thank you for that report. Adam.
All right. This month's recreation report, the community trip that was scheduled for January 21st to Resort World's Casino has been rescheduled to February 18th. Again, it looks like a spectacular trip, and we'd appreciate it if everybody shared the information. Basketball still running very smoothly. The rec department has a schedule of games at the office if anybody's interested in attending. The program continues through April. And I'll tell you, my son plays every Wednesday night at 8 o'clock. He had a double-double last night, but he also had 7 turnovers. So as far as our constabulary report, I shut my thing down. Sorry, hang on a second. Oops, hang on a second.
And Adam, real quick on I gave Ashley the approval today. Apparently we're in need of some new basketballs, and she's purchasing no more than $300 worth, but some new basketballs for that program.
Fantastic. And by the way, the shirts look great. The sponsors look great. It's been a pleasure to see the kids playing again. It truly has been. Although 8 o'clock at night, I used to race to make basketball games. Now I have to try and stay awake long enough to see the end of the basketball game. But anyway, constabulary courts mostly open. The constabulary answered 19 direct calls for service and other duties in January of 2022. These included 12 neighbor-to-neighbor and quality of life complaints, 6 resident traffic complaints on Whitfield, Lower Whitfield, Metacahonk Store Road, Rochester Center, and Sampsonville, 3 environmental complaints, 1 on Rochester Center, 1 on Cherrytown, and 1 on Store Road, 13 new building department violations, 0 court cases were open, but 10 court proceedings remain open, 0 court proceedings are closed. Interesting occurrences. Happy New Year. In the first month of 2022, the constabulary received an increased complaint from the residents regarding many issues. Traffic complaints took a significant upturn for both driving and parking issues. Of special note are complaints regarding abandoned cars. Due to the inclement weather, there's been a rise in road accidents, especially vehicles sliding off the road. Garbage dumping complaints have increased again for the second consecutive month. Neighbor-to-neighbor complaints have increased. There's an ongoing case regarding an alleged abandoned dog in an outdoor cage with inadequate food, water, and shelter. Neighbors have been making sure that it's fed and watered. They're working closely with dog control officers and the Ulster County SPCA to rectify the situation and protect the animal. As always, due to COVID-19 pandemic and the rise of its variants, they continue to have limited direct contact with complainants with a proportional increase in direct calls. Rich Miller just reminds us, please be safe, careful driving during the inclement weather that's sure to continue the rest of the winter. So that's everything. Mike, back to you.
Thank you. And Charlotte.
So obviously, we still don't have a housing committee as of yet because we have to establish one, but some groundwork has been laid for wording and like what we want the goals of that committee to be. So hopefully within the next couple of workshop meetings, we'll see that come up and we can kind of workshop that some.
Great. Thank you very much. Board member time. Are there any topics that we haven't put on the agenda that anybody would like to bring up this evening? Erin.
It's a small one, and it's kind of more like a question that I thought would be good to ask in the meeting, which is we have currently our COVID policy on board and commission meetings needing to meet virtually. But I was curious about other types of gatherings, and mostly because I'm, peripherally involved with the volunteer group that's running the exchange, and they'd like to have a once a month meeting, and we were wondering about that. Would we be allowed to have something like that at the community center, or if we were to do that, would it need to be on Zoom? It was just a question that came up. They're not an official board or commission, but
right. It's an interesting question, and actually when we get into discussion, or actually when we get into resolutions, that's part of the reason that I put the recreation department's request for an event on so we had that very discussion. Do board members want to kind of talk about it now in general, or do you want to wait till we get to that resolution and we can kind of talk about a policy in general of use of the community center? Right now, we are continuing the recreation department, the exercise classes. The seniors are all masked. They are practicing extreme social distancing. They're probably 10 feet apart while they're there. So we are having some use of the community center. We could wait and have that discussion later, or we could have it now. Does anybody have any opinion on utilizing the community center for other events or meetings or anything like that?
I mean, I'm personally all for us being able to use the community center. I mean, it's a nice new center, so I think that we should be able to try to get as much use out of it as we can, obviously in the safest way with COVID protocols. I'm a little more paranoid than most being pregnant, but if I was not, I would probably be a little more lax than I am about being in public. But yeah, I'm all for us being
The
able to
number-
let people have meetings as long as it doesn't interfere with the.
The numbers are dropping. I kind of didn't want to react quickly to the numbers dropping and make sure that, we don't turn it back the other way. I was going to ask that we revisit this at our workshop meeting and decide what we want to do moving forward in March, whether we want to go back to in-person or not, or hybrid. We could do either or. With meetings being broadcast out, we still have a little bit of the issue. We have the camera, we have some of the equipment, but we don't have the microphone set up yet. We still could potentially use the existing microphone we have and continue using that. So there's, but my feeling is we should give it another month, wait until February and see where it goes. That's just my opinion. Mary Lou, you're raising your hand. So
I am kind of it,
Yeah.
right? I'm looking at how it looks. It looks like it's a ghost hand. Just remember that the ability to have remote meetings lasts so long as the governor's emergency declaration is in effect. Right now, that expires on February 15th. Maybe renewed on the 15th or the 14th. That's what, typically has been happening. So just remember, we may not be able to do it after the 15th. If with numbers
Understood.
going down, that may be taken away.
Understood. Adam, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I see. You have to use a little hand raise thing on the side there, Mary Lou. No, again, if the governor's orders are saying that, and we recommend as a board that we should not meet in public, as much as I love our recreation space, and I know especially in the wintertime how desperately people need to get together and interact with one another. I still feel strongly that we wouldn't be doing, a public safety, if we didn't limit it as much as possible. I'm not saying that you can't have a non-commission, a group of volunteers that choose to get together in their own space. But at the same time, I don't think it's prudent for us to encourage it or to make available additional opportunities. That's all. And again, reevaluate in February 15th. It's only a few days away.
Yeah, we'll be meeting on the 16th. We'll know then if the governor has extended it or not. And we go from there. If the governor doesn't extend it, actually on the 16th, we'll be meeting in person. Mary was shaking her head.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, I was trying to hit on
Yeah.
mute for that.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
very reason. We'll know on
Yep.
the 15th how you're meeting on the 16th.
So I think, Aaron, for the moment, we should probably say, give us another couple weeks to figure out where it's going, and then we can revisit this at the meeting on the 16th. Oh. Okay. Public comment.
Mike, I had one other thing.
I'm sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. I know from next door and talking to folks that a lot of people are concerned about ongoing issues with Central Hudson. A lot of people also then got notifications from Nexamp, I think in this last week or two, that they were going to be doing estimated billings. I got one. I know I got my estimated bill. I don't feel great that now there are two companies estimating what my electricity usage is. So I understand people who are really frustrated. It seems like some folks have had luck going to the New York State Public Service Commission. So if people are trying to resolve issues with Central Hudson and can't get through to them, they may want to try contacting the New York State Public Service Commission. I know they were helpful with me working through another issue in the past. And if other people can't resolve it and they want to reach out to me or one of the other board members, I can be very annoying with corporations. So feel free to let me know, and I'll help where I can.
Senator Hinchey's office. Senator Hinchey is not our state senator. Our state senator is Senator Oberacker, but he has not even acknowledged that Rochester even exists, that considering we are the furthest south community in his district. Senator Hinchey represents Saugerties and that area. She has been doing a lot of work in Albany on this very subject, and a number of people, even though they're not within her district, have contacted her office, and she's been able to assist them through or her staff have been able to assist them. So I would also suggest people contact her.
Well, I think the new proposed Senate district would put all of Ulster County in her district. So
Yes,
we
the new
may-
proposed, yeah.
maybe constituents.
Yeah, I actually wasn't really going to get into that. The new proposed Senate district is very nice. The new proposed Assembly district is the biggest bug squash shaped thing I've ever seen in my life. And it's quite frankly, it's a mess. And I'm hoping it does not continue. It would be a real detriment to our town, but I'll leave it at that. Public comment, there is nobody in the meeting other than the 7 of us, so there will be no public comment. So moving to resolutions. The first one is amending Resolution 90 of 2022, payment of Highway Fund Abstract 13 of 2021. The resolution is the town board amends Resolution 19 of 2022 and approves the payment of Highway Fund Abstract 13 of 2021 in the amount of $17,862.94. And that's a change from what was approved, which was $17,878.22. So I'll make that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
What it was was a $15 and some odd cents purchase at A&M Hardware that was included in the abstract that when we posted it, the voucher, we discovered it had been paid the month prior. So the correction was made. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained. Okay. Next, action on the minutes. Town of Rochester Town Board accepts the minutes of January 3rd, 2022 organizational meeting, the January 6th, 2022 regular meeting, the January 19th, 2022 special meeting, the January 19th, 2022 workshop meeting, and the January 26th, 2022 audit meeting as amended. There were a couple changes made via email.
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions, further changes, corrections? If not, all in favor?
Mike, could we,
Yes.
do we send out the consolidated minutes or?
Do we, I'm not sure, I don't understand your question.
Well, I
When you
know,
say,
I
do
know
we
you,
send it out.
yeah, you had some amendments and I know I sent some amendments. So I don't know if like a,
Oh, so if you see amendments, you should reply. This is like one of the few times you should reply all with your any changes you want to make, send them to Kate. I asked Kate to just make them, and then when we accept them, we're agreeing to whatever changes were sent out by email. We shouldn't get an email conversation going back and forth, but if you see something you think is wrong, just reply all and say, I think such and such a change, and then when we accept them tonight, we could discuss any changes. So the thing about minutes is we can change them continuously. If you discover something 5 years from now that was a mistake, we can fix it. So it's not like once we accept them, they're permanent.
we can always go back to the videotape.
Exactly.
I think it would be a good idea. Sorry, Kate, to give you something else to do. But if, she sends out the first ones and then you have amendments to get that second copy out before you vote.
Okay. Okay.
would
Do
make
you want
sense
to
that
table
everybody-
these and then Kate can circulate them? And normally what we've done in the past is reply all and then everybody sees the changes that are proposed. So, but I'm happy if we want to table these and have Kate circulate the changes?
Yeah, or just for the future.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we can vote on them.
Okay, if nobody's opposed, we'll vote on them. So all in
Do you want
favor?
me to, I can tell you, I think what I,
Yeah, that would be great if you want to mention the changes.
yeah, I think the one clarification I had was I just, in the conversation we were having about the short-term transient rentals, I mentioned wanting to look at the campsite rule and revisit that. So I know that was one thing that we had talked about doing for people that didn't fall within the categorization of short-term transient rental.
Mhm.
And then the other was about the discussion about setting up the subcommittee for interviews. So I just wanted to clarify that we were gonna.
Okay. Yeah, I have no problem with those changes. Okay, so all in favor then as amended? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. But so moving forward, if you want to make any changes, just do that, and then I'll ask Kate to just circulate the updated after any changes are made.
And then I guess if we don't catch them in time, we can always make an amendment in the meeting.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Next is the appointment of a municipal recycling coordinator. The Town of Rochester Town Board appoints Aaron Anowen to the position of municipal recycling coordinator to serve at the pleasure of the town board at no compensation. I'm going to make that resolution. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
This came about because the county is putting together a recycling committee, and Aaron got asked to apply for it, and one of the positions is an official municipal recycling coordinator. Aaron is our liaison for recycling. I did some research. We're allowed to name somebody this title. It's essentially that. It's a title, but the DEC has the ability for this title, and so that's why I officially wanted to designate her that, to help her qualify for this county committee. So
For me,
that's
it's
the
nice.
reasoning behind it.
It does encourage me to coordinate more recycling, which is something I'm very excited to do. I am, really.
And Aaron, you and I've actually had this conversation, but I'm going to ask again if you would work with the various departments, and because it's disappointing that, and I'm as much to blame, we as a town in our offices, we don't recycle to the level that we probably should. We do it internally, individually, but we don't do it well. And so Aaron's going to look into the cost of getting some recycling containers.
Yep.
For
And then,
paper, anything like that. So
yeah, what I wanted to do is just speak with each department individually, and then also talk to Harry, because I know he sorts, he does sort things. So, and ask him what would be the easiest thing for him with the truck.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. So the recreation department's been doing it. Our building has been doing it to some degree, but this way we can do it more efficiently and more effectively. So all in favor of that resolution? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain?
I'll abstain.
Okay. Congratulations, Aaron.
I'm
One
honored.
more thing for you to do once a month. And that resolution is on track to be considered by the county legislature at their February meeting, by the way. Next, we have a request for electrical inspector list addition. On request of the building department, the Town of Rochester Town Board authorizes the addition of James R. Greaves to the list of Town of Rochester approved third-party electrical inspectors. Do I have that motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any questions on it? This is a list we're required to maintain. I've sent you the documentation on this gentleman. He is approved through, I think it's through the state, and essentially, usually when people are added to the list, it's because they come to the building department and say, hey, I'd like to be added to your list. I Google searched him and he's on the list for a number of other municipalities in the area. Quite a few Dutchess County, but some Ulster County as well. So all in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain. Next, refund of a building permit fee. On request of the building department, the town of Rochester Town Board authorizes the town supervisor to refund fees to Shlomo Avi Noem for building permit application 21680 dated 12/3/2021 in the amount of $237.80. The application was withdrawn and no action was taken by the building department. Do I have that motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, refund of a planning board fee. On request of the planning board, the town of Rochester Town Board authorizes the town supervisor to refund fees to Robert Griffiths for lot line improvement application dated 11/30/2021 in the amount of $100. The application has been changed to a major subdivision and the accompanying fee has been paid in full. Do I have that motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next, Recreation Department request. On request of the Recreation Department, the town of Rochester Town Board authorizes the Recreation Department to hold a Valentine's Day youth paint class on February 11th, 2022 from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Harold Lipton Community Center.
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second? I'll second it for so we can discuss it. So the request was for approximately 10 participants. They did also offer to do it a week later. And maybe given the conversation we had earlier about the governor's executive order, that's what you said, Mary Lou, the 15th? Or 14th? 14th. Yeah.
It's, no,
I thought it was the 15th.
it's where there's
15th?
two different
It
things. It's the
expires
15th.
the 15th.
It expires,
expires,
yeah,
yeah.
it's the 15th.
How does the board feel? I mean, like I said, we are running the exercise classes. I'm on the fence about it. I'm concerned in that we promoting people to being together might not be the best idea right now. I also understand that people are looking for activities. So,
I mean, the people staffing it are going to be volunteers. The kids are in school, presumably they're going to wear masks, I think.
yeah, they will all wear masks. The people staffing it actually will be our recreation department staff.
I
Are we-
listed in their
are we-
proposal. Sorry,
Go
Mike.
ahead, Charlie.
Listed in their proposal, it seemed like they were going to be taking all the precautionary measures for everything and what they presented to us. So I would feel comfortable, especially since it's only going to be about 10 people. I think that that's a minimum enough of a number for people to space out at the community center.
Okay,
And in direct contradiction to exactly what I just said 5 minutes ago, the kids are in school every day together. They're wearing masks. They social distance. I think this one would be okay.
it is a little different than a meeting where people are interacting more so than this. So,
Well, also there's going to be staff, our own staff present, which to
Correct.
me changes it too.
correct. Okay, so with all that being said, We'll call the vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, I will let them know tomorrow that they're good to go with it. Sorry, I lost my place here. Authorization, award and authorization to sign a contract. The Town of Rochester Town Board awards contract renewal with Sprague and Colleen on behalf of Breezely for breach response insurance effective January 22, 2022 in the amount of $5,511.14 and authorizes the town supervisor to sign the contract renewal. I'll make the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Just in case you're wondering about the date, it has been extended. They have renewed it for us. If we don't pay the bill, it will expire and it won't continue, but Sprague and Colleen is very good to make sure that our policies don't expire. Dwight brought me this information the last week of January, and I said, well, I got to get board approval before I sign this. So what this is our essentially our data and computer insurance. The price has gone up since last year. I don't remember what it was last year. I believe it was in the 3,000 something range. It has gone up considerably. He did say that many insurance carriers are no longer offering this. And so he recommends very highly that we continue this policy.
So is this like a ransomware policy or catastrophic loss of data? And
Yeah, I sent you out a copy of the agreement.
yeah, I looked through it, and that was the gist of what I got. But it's
Yeah,
also,
and that's exactly really what it is. It's the ransomware stuff. It's that kind of stuff.
so I don't have a problem. I mean, I think this is important, right? There's a lot of, hospitals and others that are, victims to losing access to the data. I'm just curious, have we done kind of like a check internally of our data retention and our backup policies? And is that something that I can talk to Fish about or someone else? I just want to make sure.
No, we actually have, and we deal with Fish on that. So
Okay.
Yep. And that was the whole
that was the first thing they did.
Yeah, that was the whole purpose of we got all new computers last year. Everything is being backed up to the server now, whereas everything was on state when things previously were just saved on every person's individual desktop workstation. There was no backup. Things are backed up now to the main server. It's things are running much more efficiently than they used to.
Great.
So, okay, any more discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great. I will sign that and get them that funding. Next is authorization, award of an authorization to sign a contract. The Town of Rochester Town Board awards a contract to purchase computer equipment for the transfer station from Fish Solutions, 320 Robinson Avenue, Suite 225, Newburgh, New York, 12550. Specifically, a Lenovo ThinkCenter M Series Tiny PC, a 23.8-inch monitor, a Brother compact monochrome laser printer. The total pricing is $1,647. We appropriated $1,000 in the 2022 budget, and the town supervisor is authorized to sign the contract. So,
I'll make that motion.
okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Aaron, why don't I let you sort of explain the need for this?
Yeah, and also I think originally we weren't budgeting for a printer. So basically, when we last year wanted to accept credit cards at the transfer station and update some of the ways that things are recorded, And when we got that set up, we realized that the hardware that is used for the equipment that's used for the credit cards doesn't work with that computer that's there because it's so old. And in fact, I've even had some issues just trying to help troubleshoot with spreadsheets that the computer is very old. So this would just be an updated computer that would allow them to continue to do the reporting and hopefully do it in a little bit more cohesive and modern way moving forward once we get those systems in place. And then I think the printer was just, it's everything there. It's just to get a unit that works together.
Yeah. Fish did offer the option. They did not price it out of a refurbished computer. I specifically asked them just for a basic computer, and this is what they came back with for a quote. The $647 difference, we easily can find that within the transfer station budget from another line item and shift it over. I'm not worried about the additional pricing that from the budgeting. So it appears to me to be a decent price.
Yeah, I'm the only thing I was curious about is what kind of coverage. Do you have any kind of extended warranty coverage, or
it will come with the manufacturer's warranty. In this case, Fish is just being the interim. We're purchasing it through them, but they're basically being the middleman. They're not charging us any markup on it. They're charging us exactly what the cost is to them. But they will install it and they will continue to service it. And with as long as our contract remains with them, they are our IT consultants. And so if it's something physical with the hardware, that obviously would be under the manufacturer's contract. I mean, warranty.
Mike, I do have a question though on this, that they're specifically doing things. I didn't look it up. The Think Center M Series Tiny PC.
Yeah.
That, and with a monitor, I'm guessing we'll have a keyboard too.
Yeah, that's the same unit I think that they spec for the town community center.
Yeah.
Which comes with it's just a little remote keyboard that actually operates wirelessly.
But does that I can look it up, but does that PC have like a USB port and all that? Because we need
it has
those.
a USB port. Yeah, it doesn't have any type of drive on it for any type of disk or anything like that. Right. But yes, it does have a yeah.
Because that we need that
right
there. So.
I will verify that, but I the one at the community center, I could actually just go look at the one at the community center because it's the exact same unit they put in over there, and I pretty much remember that it had that port on it.
Yeah,
it's a very small unit, which is nice because it just won't take up that much room there.
I would just want to make sure that we have the right warranties, because I know like my company buys a lot of Dell computers and they have they'll send somebody out to fix it on site, and if anything breaks or you spill coffee on it, they don't care, they fix it. So I just want to make sure we're covered. It's the transfer station, stuff happens, so
the price changes with that, and because we're obligated to, this is also being done at the the lowest pricing bid kind of thing. So we have bought from Dell before, and the prices are always like double what other vendors are. So
and that's also why we have Fish. They're supposed to be representing us in their best interest to make sure we're getting the right computer, the right price for the right thing. That way, quite honestly, we don't have to be IT professionals here.
Right.
While you might have that expertise, they've done really solid by us. But sourcing equipment that's got the right warranty and fits what we're trying to do.
Yeah. Okay. No more questions, then we'll call the question. So all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. Next, this is an award of an authorization to sign a contract. Town of Rochester Town Board awards a contract to purchase computer equipment for the Planning and Zoning Department from Fish Solutions. 320 Robinson Avenue, Suite 225, Newburgh, New York, 12550. It's a Lenovo E-Series basic laptop. The pricing is $1,449. $700 was appropriated in the 2022 budget. And the town supervisor authorized to sign the contract. So do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. This is replacement for the laptop that the planning and zoning has had that we purchased with grant money that we got, 2015, 16. Kate, do you remember when we got that initial local government records management grant? The one that when Loretta and I worked on all those records?
That would almost have to be either in 14 or 15 because she
Yeah.
left by the end of 15.
Okay. So it was either 14 or 15 when we got this laptop that we have now. So we're talking an 8-year-old laptop. I'm told the keyboard has stopped working on it totally.
No,
I see Erin
I-
shaking her head.
we-
Yes.
There is a need, especially with the virtual meetings. I've been relied upon to use my personal computer to stream those meetings when they were hybrid and when we were just streaming them, because that computer was not functional for that purpose. So and oftentimes I've witnessed it just freeze up completely and is unusable. So it makes it, hard to do the tech part of that role when we're in the COVID situation. So
Right. They did have some other equipment too in their budget that they were purchasing this year. And if need be, we could maybe not purchase one of the things to make up the other $749. We also could fund it out of our contingency fund. So there are ways, we're early in the year. It's pretty easy to find the amount of money that we need to be able to make the purchase. So I'm not worried about the pricing difference.
Why is the gap there though? Like, what do we, like, how do we do the budgeting? Did somebody quote us or say put 700 in there, or how did that happen?
It was a random number based off of what the planning board chair had put in the budget. I don't know how they came up with the number. And then last month, I reached out to Fish for a quote, and this is the quote that they came back with. So, could we price it? Could we nickel and dime it and find a cheaper laptop? Probably. I told them the needs, and this is what they came back with as their recommendation. So the 700 budget in the placeholder was, I'm sure, probably purely a placeholder. The 1,000 in the transfer station was a little different because we hadn't initially planned on the printer. So, are there any more questions on this? If not, we'll call the vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Okay. I will get both of those orders placed. Next, Mary Lou is going to have to help me on this one a little bit, but I'll start with the resolution and we can amend if we need to. Town of Rochester Town Board awards a contract to purchase record conversion services for building and code enforcement office records from InStream LLC. Actually, we're purchasing from NYSID, which is NYSID, not ED. That was my mistake. InStream is a NYSID preferred vendor and has been pre-approved for the contract with the town. The total pricing is $49,969.28. This contract is made as part of the awarded 2021 Local Government Records Management Improvement Fund grant. The town supervisor is authorized to sign the contract. So I'm going to make the motion, and if I can get a second, and then we'll let Mary Lou tell us how we need to change the resolution.
Can I tell you how to change it beforehand so you don't have to go back and amend it?
Sure.
Okay, I would just say, let's see, the town supervisor is authorized to sign a contract in accordance with the service delivery agreement presented and the quote accepted from NICID and in accordance with the terms of the grant award. And I'd leave it at that. And if you want to make that motion, and then I can explain why I'd like to change
Sure.
it to this.
I'll amend my motion to what Mary Lou said.
Okay, I'll second it.
Thank you. Now you can
Okay.
explain it, Mary Lou.
All right. So I've looked over this contract and, it gives a lot of the terms that we want, but it doesn't really give everything. I'm not satisfied with it. So far as completeness, for example, it says that it will, start in February and continue until completion of the project. Well, we have till June 30th. So there's things we need to add in there that will match the grant and the NICID quote that they gave us and that we accepted back whenever we did that. I want to make sure all of the terms are in there. And it may even be just something that says in accordance with the two attached exhibits. And it could be A being the quote and B being the award.
Right. And you got
But
that additional information I sent you, right,
Yes.
Mary Lou?
Yep, there's just, and I don't think intentionally by any means, but there's just a couple holes in this and we don't want holes.
Yeah. For the board members, this was a grant that we applied for in 2020. And because of the COVID, they didn't award anything. In 2021, we got an email that we've been awarded the grant. It's for converting all the building and code enforcement office records, which are all paper copies that are stored in alphabetical order based on applicant's last name. There's no correlation to SBL. There's no correlation to address. You can imagine it involves a lot of institutional memory of projects, and properties can be sold 4 or 5 times and there'll be 4 or 5 different files on them. So what this will do is they will scan and digitize everything. It will become searchable by many different search items. It will all be stored on a hard drive that ultimately can be incorporated into a software program that we hope to purchase for that department. And it will move us into the modern era as opposed to everything being done on paper. And it's something we tried in 19, we didn't get the grant. We tried again in 20 and we got it in 2021, but we've been sort of struggling with getting all the boxes checked to get to move forward with the next step. So, Kate, do you want to add anything on that? Because you were a big part of this. So, okay. If not, all in favor? Aye.
I'm sorry, I had a question.
Yep. Oh, go ahead.
So, wait, are we voting on this contract right now?
We're voting on the contract that Mary Lou just presented it. Yep.
Okay, so
Right.
I had some things, I don't know if it's proper to discuss them now. Like I had some things that I would want to see in the contract because when I was
Sure.
reading through it, there were some
Now's
things.
the time.
So-
And they may be things that I'm contemplating as well, Michael.
Yeah, so yeah, well, you brought it up. So like the one thing I said was, do they have an estimated completion date? Are there any checkpoints or kind of interim deliverables where they provide us data, or is it just they provide us one big push at the end? Are we handing them all of the records at once, or are we doing that piecemeal? So
Can I answer you as you go one at a time?
Sure, yeah,
Because many of those I have answers.
absolutely.
So So it's being done in two pickups. So we're giving them half the records now, and then half the records in approximately 6 to 8 weeks will be the second half. The answer is that they are returning them all in one sort of fell swoop. The information will come back at one time on this on this hard drive. They are also, we are getting back the paper records, and they will they're initiating some type of barcode system on it for us. And what was your other question? And in terms of the ending date, they have no, the ending date is a hard end date because of the terms of the grant, and they're aware of that.
So.
But
so
we're
are
going to
there things-
incorporate that into the contract.
Yeah, in the statement of work or whatever, like even
Mhm.
when we're giving them stuff and when the
Yep,
expected
yep.
return dates are.
That's a lot of that. This was in limbo because we didn't know when it was going to start. It was always going to be about a 4-month period from when they take possession of the first set of records. And now that we have an actual, what happened was we're also purchasing some equipment, which is the next contract. Originally, we were purchasing it from the same company. We ended up not being able to because they had to be a registered MWBE company. So I had to go out and find another vendor. Without that, we couldn't get any of the money. So I couldn't commit to the conversion until we knew we were getting the money. Last week, we got the approval of the money coming within the next 2 weeks. So now I wanted to jump on this contract because time is ticking, so.
And yeah, Michael, I share your concerns with it needing to be more definite. I sent Mike this morning something with all my notes scribbled on it, and these are the things that I had as well.
Well, yeah,
And,
and I can send my list of things too, if that would be helpful. Like I think it'd be great if we could ask them, do a spot check so they don't like just hand us everything and we're like, this isn't what we wanted. But just have the option to say, can we see a few of the scanned
Right.
documents?
And much of it is outlined in the initial scope of the project, which
Right,
you
which-
did not get with that contract.
Right,
So,
and I
yeah.
want that, and on the initial scope and on their initial quote, it does say this is not a contract. So we have to incorporate that scope with all of these benchmarks that are set. We have to incorporate that within this contract.
So
Mhm.
yeah, so we're gonna have that as an addendum, the original quote.
Yes,
Yes.
Um,
And NICID is who we actually, I was mistaken. I thought we signed it with InStream. We actually signed the contract with NICID because NICID approves, which is, what does NICID stand for? The New York State?
I got it. New York State. Give me 1 minute. I have it written down here. New York State, if I could read my own, industry for the disabled.
So
Industry for
InStream
the
is a
disabled.
preferred vendor with New York State because of the because of who the people they employ. So and this is work that they do on a regular basis.
so the last thing I had, I think, is they say InStream is adequately insured. I don't know if we've seen their.
Yeah,
insurance.
that I said,
Yep.
I added
Mary
to
Lou
that.
wants, yep.
We
Okay.
will get
We
a
will,
copy of
we will
that.
make sure.
Because
But-
their version of adequate may not be the same as ours.
Yeah, that's what I was-
However, we'll be good.
Mary, what I'll do is confirm because maybe they provide it to NICID. So I'll check with NICID.
Right,
what-
or
yeah.
we need NICID's insurance
Yeah,
if they're,
yeah.
the vendor NICE is using.
Yeah.
It sounds like Michael and I reviewed this together, but really we haven't.
I wouldn't have reviewed it if I knew you had done all this. So yeah, I guess if I could see, I'd like to see what the original proposal was too, just so I know.
Yep.
I think this is great. I think it's fantastic and I want to see it done.
Yeah, it's been a 4-year labor of love trying to get this done. So,
Yeah.
Right, and the reason I suggested the change to the resolution is so that we can get this done in the next day or two, with attorney's approval. And get this going, because we have a drop dead date of June 30th, and this is going to be a 4-month process.
Right.
So we want to make sure that we can get going before your next regular meeting.
Okay,
Exactly.
so we're voting on this change with Mary Lou's
Right.
approvals. Okay. All right, I'm ready. I'll
Y'all
stop.
good now? No problem. I appreciate the questions. They're all good questions. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. Next is the award of an authorization to purchase a large format scanner. This purchase is made as part of the awarded 2021 Local Government Records Management Improvement Fund grant. Whereas NICED, and it should be ID, grant funding requires the vendor to be MWBE certified. The original quote was secured in 2019 via a company thought to be eligible and found to be non-eligible. 6 requests for quotes were emailed to MWBE compliant vendors found on the New York State list. Intivity is the only vendor who replied with ability to supply the product. $7,160 has been appropriated in the 2022 budget. The Town of Rochester Town Board awards a contract to purchase from Intivity 106 Dispatch Drive, Suite 2, East Rochester, New York, 124445. 1 Epson SureColor T5270 single roll edition printer. 1 MFP scanner for Sure Control T5270 and T5270D printers. SureColor 36 color MFP scanner. Labor, setup, accessories, and orientation, shipping and handling. The total pricing is $8,649.79. The town supervisor is authorized to place the order. I'll make the motion for discussion. I have a second.
I'll second.
Okay. We originally got the quote from InStream for the 7,160 back in 2020. When it came time to order from them or to finalize the grant, we discovered that I thought because they were NICED certified that they would be comply with, because they're doing this data handling. It turns out that they're NICED certified as a preferred vendor, but they're not an MWBE company. We have to have a contract with a company that has a minimum of 30% MWBE for that value. Kate and I spoke with the state. We got a list of vendors. I emailed out all the ones that were specifically identified as having this type of equipment. 2 of them got back to me. One said that they couldn't do the order. This company said, yes, they could, but that the prices had gone up considerably since the quote. And so that's why we're where we're at. So we're getting $7,160 in the grant. Possibly if we don't spend, there were some other miscellaneous items in the grant that we could potentially ask for a grant amendment, and like one of the items was for our own staff, reimbursement for our staff for compiling all these records and getting them ready. We haven't spent the money that we allocated. We could ask the state to amend our grant to move some of that money to help pay for this scanner. At worst cases, we'd be paying the $1,400 and some dollars difference. I will say one of the biggest reasons we got this grant is because we included this scanner in the proposal, because what this is doing is this will enable us to be able to scan our own paper records, large format paper records, specifically maps in the future. And it will be utilized not just by the planning and zoning and building office, it will be utilized by everybody. So, Mary Lou.
Okay. See, look, Adam, look what I did. Just one thing, in your first whereas, you said it's NICID grant funding, but isn't the fund, NICID's who we're dealing with? Isn't the funding New York State Archives funding,
Yes.
LGRMIF grant?
Yeah, that is, but we were dealing originally with you know what? You're right. This doesn't have anything to do with NICID, this one. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we can
Okay,
change.
I'm gonna go to
well,
the ladies' room now.
Yeah, we can, it should say LGRMIF grant funding requires the vendor instead of NICID. So I'll make that amended motion, changing that wording.
I'll second.
And somebody else have, Adam, I see your thumbs up. Is that a question or is that just a thumb up?
No, that's for Mary Lou's hands up.
Yeah,
So
there you go. Okay.
I-
Michael, did you have questions?
Yeah, I was just curious. So the stuff that we're doing to prep the existing archive, like the
Yes.
barcoding and everything, are we going to have that same ability with this printer, or like, how are we going to maintain it?
With the software that we'll be purchasing, because we'll be scanning these in. The goal is to get us away from paper copies, but we're always gonna have engineers, applicants who bring in paper maps. We're never gonna get away from that. But
I love paper. I think paper's great.
yeah, but the storage of paper is a big issue. And Kate, as our records management officer, I see her smiling. So I think the barcode is just as a reference for the files. We're not going to be barcoding it in the future, I don't believe. But what we will be able to do is scan large format and small format, but up to 48-inch maps now will be able to be scanned in-house instead of having to go to Staples to scan them. If we need to make copies, we can make copies.
Yeah, and this doesn't come with like a yearly like maintenance. This is our equipment and we pay for new toner and everything. Is that a separate?
Correct,
Okay.
correct. They do provide the labor, the setup, the original accessories. It says a minimal orientation, and they were clear to say the word minimal. Because we had asked for
Power button.
training. Training was included in the original spec. Which will mean Kate and the building department staff and the planning and zoning staff will get a little bit of training on how to use these. Kate and I still haven't figured out where we're going to store this. It's somewhere over at the community center, but we just don't know where yet.
So I noticed that the quote date on the proposal is 12/28/2021. Is it still valid?
It is still valid. I
Okay.
emailed them last week to let them know that we were able to use their company, and they said it is still valid.
Right.
And they did say the inventory was getting lower, which is why I wanted to, we will not purchase this until we get the money in hand, but that could come at any day. So as soon as I get the money, I wanted the approval to go ahead and purchase this. Any other questions? Okay, if not, we'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain. Okay, moving on, appointment of Assessor Aid. Adam, I'm gonna ask you to, since you and Charlotte chaired the subcommittee on excuse me, would you be so inclined to make the motion?
Yes, and we had a number of spectacular candidates, and it was a very difficult decision. But the appointment of Assessor's Aid, I'd like to appoint Joanne Farber to the position of Assessor's Aid.
And that is Assessor's Aid provisional, an hourly wage of $17 per hour for 35 hours per week, effective February 7th, 2022. Subject to approval by the Ulster County Personnel Department as meeting the minimum position requirements. And Kate, the spelling is Faerbeer. And it's Joanne with Joanne. So I have that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Adam and Charlotte, I want to thank you guys for taking this on with Jeremy. I know it was 5 or 6 candidates that you interviewed and narrowed it down to this one person. This person is a resident of the town of Rochester, not that that was a criteria, but it's always nice to employ one of our own. And so with that, if there's no other questions,
Yeah, I was a little confused by the process based off the workshop meeting. Because I think what we discussed was we were going to narrow down the candidates, and then I assumed that the board would kind of look through the candidates and then make a decision based off of that, which is fine. Like, I think it's fine to have a subcommittee and have that committee make decisions, but I was just a little confused looking back on the discussion that we had. And I think in the future, it's important. I think we should really kind of establish a policy, because I think using a subcommittee is the right way to do it. But I'd like to understand, what the subcommittee is doing. I'd like an opportunity to at least see, resumes and stuff, even if it's just of the candidate that they're selecting ahead of time. So if we could formalize that process, that would be
and what we've done in the past, we're doing it the way we've done it in the past, is we create a subcommittee who then makes a recommendation to the board. Apologies for not being clear on that.
I'd be happy to draw up a written statement of what we were doing in practice last year and put it on paper for our workshop meeting.
Yep.
If that, okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Not a problem.
Yeah, I think just
Yeah.
clear guidelines, because even now I didn't know who Adam was going to appoint and I was on the committee. So just for what chain of communication needs to happen for it. I think it would be easier if we have all right, this is our process for interviewing and appointing. Just to make it a little easier, just so everyone's on the same page before.
Okay. Yep. Because ultimately the employee selection more or less falls to the supervisor under the day-to-day operations of the town. We started opening it up more to having the board more involved in the selection process. What used to happen in the past is I would hold interviews and make a recommendation to the board. And so last year there was a request that the board get more involved, which is why we formed the subcommittee. And apologies that it didn't really flow the way it has in the past. After meeting
of the year.
I talked to Jeremy, and we had narrowed it down to 3 people, and then of the 3, this was the person that and Jeremy and myself did a second interview with this person last week. So
and we interviewed, we had a number of resumes. It was narrowed down by the assessor and the committee to 6 candidates. They were reached out to. 5 of the 6 were interviewed. 1 declined the interview. The subcommittee selected their top 3 in order. At that point, we turned it over to the supervisor and to Jeremy, our assessor. The first person that we had in line declined the position. The second person we had in line declined the position. We were very, very fortunate to have such depth in these candidates, and the third person interviewed very, very well and accepted the position.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And actually, what Adam just did was really helpful. I think if we circulate that ahead of time, because I do like the idea of having a subcommittee doing that. So just saying, hey, here were the resumes. Here's not the actual resumes, but here's how many people we talked to. Here's, where we narrowed it down. And I would like to see the resume of whoever the recommendation is. ahead of time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Believe me, there was one point where we had one board meeting where we had all of the board interviewing candidates, and to be honest with you, it was very difficult to get everybody to get together on a consensus. So, like I said, absolutely transparency. But like I said, the subcommittee, and I'm not volunteering to be on them. Happy to serve at the pleasure. But at the same time, it seemed to be a pretty, a pretty good way to go. Really the department head did a very nice job laying out the duties and responsibilities of the job. The candidates were asking the questions. The council people, myself and Charlotte, were asking interview questions. The interviews were consistent along with HR guidelines. At the end of the interview process, we agreed on our top 3 in order, and Turret made those recommendations back to the supervisor.
Yeah, and then when I reached out to the top 3, the first one was actually scheduled to come in for a second interview, and then the day of the interview decided that they were going to stay in the position they were currently in. The other 2 were, I was told, were fairly equal. I reached out to both of them, did have the interview with the person that we're appointing, and then the third person subsequent got back to me and said, I've decided I'm going to stay where I am. So in essence, one of the 3, but it was one of the top 3 from the interview process and I did rely a lot on Jeremy's, our assessor's inclination. If he had said to me, oh, I disagree on that selection, we wouldn't have moved forward with it. So we'll do better next time to get the information out to you guys. So. Yep.
And my only other question is, was it explained to Joanne that it was a provisional position
Yes.
that she did have to take? Because I know in the first round of interviews, we hadn't
Yep.
explained that to everyone. So I
Yep,
just wanted
she
to make
was
sure
made completely clear, and she is very aware of it, and understands that at some point a test will occur. When that is, we have no idea, but we do know that that it is a provisional.
Great. I just wanted to make sure that was in
Yep.
there because I know
Yep.
I realized afterwards that we hadn't mentioned it. So
Yeah, no, she is aware of it and is okay with that and comfortable with it. So, okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain?
I'll abstain.
Okay. Next, the appointment of the Recreation Commission Chair. On recommendation of the Recreation Commission, Town of Rochester Town Board appoints Deborah Martin, Chairperson, and Pam Stocking, Vice Chair of the Recreation Commission. I'll make that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Okay. You'll remember we had discussion that we wanted to ask their opinion. I circulated the email reply that I got back. And this is the general consensus of the commission themselves of who they would like. So, are there any other questions? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain.
Okay. This is sadly removal of a recreation commissioner. On request of the Recreation Commission, Town of Rochester Town Board authorizes the town supervisor to send notice rescinding the appointment of Stephen Lopez from membership to the Recreation Commission due to failure to complete the required background check application after several requests of compliance. So I'll make that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll
I'll
second.
second.
You remember we appointed this person last year. They did take the oath of office, but did not complete the background check information. It's been requested several times by the recreation director, has gone unanswered, and she's asking because of quorum issues with that we initiate this. And I do know it's been attempted at least 3 times, the request. So, is there any discussion? Not all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. That is a requirement of membership on any of the commissions that involve youth, so. Next, appointment of a Historic Preservation Commission member. The Town of Rochester Town Board appoints B. Haugen Depew to membership to the Historic Recreation Commission for a term to end December 31, 2024, and requests the town clerk notify appointment and oath of office requirements. I'd like to make that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? I think B is going to do a fabulous job, and we thank her. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, next we have planning board member to fill. We had 4 interviews, so we're going to do it a little bit different than we've done it in the past. Because of that, what I'm going to do is call for nominations. Any board member can nominate any one of the 4 candidates we interviewed. It does not require a second. We will then call for any other nominations. Depending on how many we get, if we have more than one name, we will do a roll call vote, and each board member will say who their choice is of the nominated people. And then we'll do the appointment resolution. This is, I researched a little bit, and this is what I've seen under Robert's Rules of Order. It's the proper way to do this type of nomination. It allows us each to nominate who we feel strongly about, and doesn't make us, follow a yes or no general consensus. So, I'm opening up the nominations for the 7-year term of planning board member. Do I have a name? Yes, Michael.
I'd like to nominate Zach Jarvis.
Okay, I have Zach Jarvis. Do I have any other nominations? Okay, I would like to nominate Anne Marie Maloney. Okay, are there any other nominations? And I'm going to be official. I'm told you say this 3 times. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Okay, with that being said, we have 2 names inserted, Zach Jarvis and Anne Marie Maloney. So Kate, if you would call a roll call vote, and then each council member will say who they would like to vote for. You can say pass and vote again later if you'd like, but I'm just letting you know that option exists. So.
Councilman Coleman,
Zach Jarvis.
Councilman Anawen,
Zach Jarvis.
Councilman Paddock,
Zach Jarvis.
Councilwoman Sneeson,
Zach Jarvis.
Supervisor Baden.
Zach Jarvis. Okay. With that having been completed, Mr. Jarvis is now appointed as the member. That leaves his alternate position open. So with that, that term ends in the December 31, 2022. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's do the resolution first. So the Town of Rochester Town Board appoints Zach Jarvis to membership to the Planning Board for a term to end December 31, 2028, and requests the town clerk notify appointment and oath of office requirements.
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion and a
I'll
second.
second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Okay. Now to fill the alternate, it will be an added resolution that was not on the agenda. We'll call for nominations for alternate member for the planning board for a term to end December 31, 2022. Aaron?
I'd like to nominate Anne Marie Maloney.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Okay, hearing none. We'll move to the Town of Rochester Town Board appoints Anne Marie Maloney to alternate the Town of Rochester Planning Board for a term to end December 31, 2022, and requests the town clerk notify appointment and oath of office requirements. Do I have that motion?
I'll make that
Make the
motion.
motion. I'll second then.
Okay. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. Next, call for nominations for the Zoning Board of Appeals member. This is for the term ending December 31, 2026. Do I have any nominations? Adam,
I'd like to nominate Ken Stevens.
are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Okay, the Town of Rochester Town Board appoints Ken Stevens to membership to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a term to end December 31, 2026, and requests the town clerk notify appointment and oath of office requirements. Adam, you want to make it since you nominated him?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, I have a second.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Okay, Zoning Board of Appeals member for the term ending December 31, 2022. Are there any nominations? Aaron?
I'd like to nominate Isabel Vinton.
Okay, are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Okay, hearing none. The Town of Rochester Town Board appoints Isabel Vinton to membership to the Zoning Board of Appeals to fill a vacancy in a term to end December 31, 2022. Requests the town clerk notify appointment and oath of office requirements. So I have that motion.
I'll make that motion.
I have a
I'll
second.
second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain. Okay, that will leave a vacancy in the alternate position. So I will call for nominations for the alternate position for Zoning Board of Appeals, and that term ends December 31, 2022.
I'd like to nominate Clayton Hogan.
Okay, are there any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Ron Kilpert.
Rob, I believe.
My apologies.
Yeah. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Okay, Kate, if you'll call the vote.
Councilman Coleman,
Clayton Haugen.
Councilman Anowen,
Clayton Haugen.
Councilman Paddock,
Rob Kilpert.
Councilwoman Smeeth,
Clayton Haugen.
and Supervisor Baden.
Very tough decision. I think they both interviewed well, but I will vote for Clayton Haugen, go with the majority. The Town of Rochester Town Board appoints Clayton Haugen to membership to the Zoning Board of Appeals alternate to fill a vacancy in a term to end December 31, 2022, and requests the town clerk notify appointment and oath of office requirements.
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay,
Can I say
Thank-
something? Oh.
well, I just want to say thank you for, this made it very difficult on us, but it's a difficulty that I'm glad to have this many candidates. So go ahead, Aaron.
I was gonna say that was one of the most difficult experiences that I've had on the board because I was so impressed with all the candidates, and I wish that we could have appointed everyone to a position. And I hope that we can find suitable places. I know we're talking about starting 2 to 3 new committees this year. So I don't want anyone to feel discouraged because I want all those people to use their talents in the town. So I just wanted to say that it was very difficult in a good way.
And we do have openings on the Historic Preservation Commission and the Recreation Commission and the Environmental Conservation Commission. And perhaps any of those people who wanted to assist may be interested in those positions. So we will definitely notify everybody and thank them all for their interest. It's difficult, but it's nice to have so many people wanting to be involved. It's a lot better than in the past where we had many unfilled seats. So
Yeah, you guys said it well. It was a really hard decision. Just great people all around, and we're so lucky in the town to have so many people who want to be involved.
okay, I have the added resolution to do that I emailed everybody today. Just got my notes, sorry. This is authorizing application for funding and the supervisor signature. The Town of Rochester Town Board authorizes the Recreation Director to apply for New York State Youth Development Funding for the Summer Recreation Program and authorizes the town supervisor to sign the application. Do I have that motion?
Make the motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
This is annual funding that we apply for every year. What it is it goes through the county. It's state funding that pays a portion of the recreation director's salary for administering the summer program. Normally, they put it out later in the year. Ashley got the paperwork early this week, and they requesting almost immediate return. So she's done a great job of putting the application together. She got it to me this morning and asked if I could push it on tonight's agenda. So thank you for your indulgence on that. Are there any questions on it? Okay, if not, all in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstention? I am told it may not be as, it's been $1,300 in the past, and it may be not that same amount of money this year, but we will try and find out. Okay, moving next, and Aaron, I'm going to turn it over to you a little for a moment while I get my screen share up about website.
Okay, I mean.
So, yeah, if you just want to tell why, what prompted all this, and I'll my apologies, I'll get the screen share up.
So what Supervisor Baden is putting up is a presentation from Civic Plus, which is a company that specializes in municipal ADA compliant municipal websites. Many of the websites that we have looked at and seen have from other towns that people have said that they really like are done by this company. And I think that what they offer is a good fit. What we would get out of having them do the website would be a really good fit. And I think they figured out a lot of things that are particular to a municipal website that they make really, really easy. So I think Supervisor Baden will take us through, and then there's a couple things that are very important to me that they offer, but I think we'll probably cover those with the proposal.
Yeah, so this is a company that has just recently redone Marbletown's website. I was on Marbletown's website looking for some information recently and was very impressed with it. I mentioned it to Erin, and she said, I think that's the company that I've seen websites from. So I sent the gentleman an email, got an immediate reply. This gentleman, Sal Urbano, who is their representative who we spoke with. He met Aaron and I virtually and did a little dialogue conversation of what we're looking for, possibly put together this proposal in response to that. I wanted to share it with you to initiate this conversation. It's not a new conversation that we need to update our website. We did budget some funding for it this year, and we didn't really put out a proposal, but this company has gotten back to us, so I wanted to just share with you what they're proposing. It doesn't mean we're committing to anything at all at this point. It's more or less I want to just sort of share their results with you. So he has sent this letter to us where, you know, he talks about functionality, ease of maintenance, cost effectiveness. He talks about, they did an analysis of our website and our goals. These were the challenges that he identified in conjunction with Aaron and I. He thinks the design is outdated and there's too much text on the homepage. He thinks it should be easier to navigate and to find information. It needs to be easy for the staff to make changes. I brought up that it's unfortunately become a bit of a historical archive, and there's a lot of content on there that is very, very old and probably should be either removed or updated. He talks about functionality such as that could work through urgent alerts, search, e-subscriber, and a function that they have called Find It Fast. We do have some of those functioning already in our current system. People can subscribe to the news function. We do have a search engine that is very helpful and is able to be used. A big complaint that we hear often is that the current website is not mobile device friendly. The formatting does not work well on a mobile device. And he came up with, it doesn't capture what's special about the town of Rochester and doesn't meet the needs of the community. He also points out it does not meet federal ADA compliance guidelines, which are more recent than when the website was designed. He talks about what sets them apart from other companies. They create to meet our needs. We would work with a designer to develop the features that we wanted. Michael, you may know some of this terminology better. They have this, what they call this Drupal platform. Are you familiar with that term? I'm
actually,
not.
web design, I do not dabble in.
Okay.
Well, Drupal is their content management software.
I was gonna say,
Okay.
I think that's specific to them. I don't think that that's not a term I've heard with any website developed like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Drupal is just the open source, the software of the CMS that they utilize for their websites. And it's
Okay.
used in government websites. A lot of government websites utilize Drupal.
They emphasize that it's not just a go live relationship, that it's a long-term relationship, that we will always have a representative for their company. They say that their Civic Engage Open website is the easiest system designed for updating and adding new content. Custom and responsive design, which will work on smartphones, tablets, and widescreen monitors. The Civic Engage Open, it's flexible and scalable, so your site can grow without extra features and functionalities. Affordable cost, a flexible payment schedule, security and protection. They're monitored 24/7. The website is backed up daily off-site. They deploy state-of-the-art hardware and software to prevent DDoS and hacking to protect our investment. These are some of the features that can be used. Agenda building module, a schedule publishing. Actually, I don't need to read each one of these to you, but these are many of the features that they can help us with. These are communication features and administrative functionality that is offered, design features, graphic and image functionalities. This would be a typical project timeline. They would say 12 to 15 weeks from initiation to completion. Week 1 is they would have a strategy session discovery. We would define our core objectives and our needs assessment. Weeks 3 and 4, we would design an architecture. So we would deal with, we would have a client website committee who would be dealing with this. They would have a design meeting, homepage options, subpage design and layout, and we would finalize design. The site implementation would be 2 to 3 weeks. Content development would be take 4 to 5 weeks. That would migrate agreed existing content. Training and education for content editors and site administrators, group and individual sessions, and then we would go live with it. I'm thinking that the people that really need involvement on this essentially would be Kate's office, Kate, if she wants to be that person, my office, probably somebody from the planning and zoning office. I'm thinking of the offices that have the most change on the website. Ultimately, we would check if Rich Miller wanted to continue to assist us, similar to, I think, what I did back when I was running the town's website long before I was supervisor. Having a volunteer being involved is not a bad thing, but we definitely want to have it so the employees that have to be responsible for their departments can make changes within their departments. You do want to make sure that there's a check and balance system, though, because you have varying degrees of comfortability with technology. You also want to make sure that you have we're using similar language, similar styles. You want to manage it so it stays consistency is the word I'm trying to think of. So you want to manage all that. So it would probably be 5 people or less who would ultimately have the ability to make changes on the website. Basically, they're coming back. This is what they can offer. So the administrative support would be for up to 2 users, but we could have more users have access to it. It would just be 2 key people would be the main people who would be the point of contact to the company themselves. They will offer staff training. They will migrate 300 pages plus 5 years of agendas and minutes. No limit on future pages and files. So they're saying a 1-year investment of 11,000, although if you add the 2 together, it comes to 12,000. So I do have to ask a question on him on that. The initial project cost would be $9,500. The annual fee would be $2,500. They do offer the annual service, then they have a 5% increase. So next year would be $2,625. They do offer an alternate payment plan of paying for the first 3 years in an equal payment over 3 years. So essentially you're spreading out the payment of the initial cost over a 3-year period. I believe we budgeted, did we budget 10,000, Aaron, for website? I know we upped it.
Well, it's
12. Okay. So we could potentially pay the full amount upfront, or we could spread it out over 3 years and save a little bit of money if we were to go with this. This is the key here, the ADA compliance. We would be in compliance with them, with the federal ADA requirements. And we are not with our current system, and probably are not able to upgrade our current system. I don't know that for a fact, but we may not be able to.
For ADA
And-
compliance, it's not normally updating, it's more how the content is displayed. Like if there's words over pictures, it has to be certain colors so that
Okay,
if someone's deaf, the computer can pick up, the programs can pick up to read that wording for them, for
Okay.
instance. But not that it's still very important that we need that.
yeah. It is something that we should be striving toward. Optional service that they can offer. There are some add-ons that they, some other programs that they offer that we could choose to participate with or not participate with. And at this time, I'm not saying that we should or shouldn't with any of them, but the Municipal meetings software, it's a meeting management. A mass notification system. There are a lot of companies that are doing this. I get probably 3 or 4 emails a week from companies offering these mass notification system programs. A recreation management program, an employee management and HR software, a citizen request management, live and on-demand streaming, online mapping. So these are just other companies that they are either involved with, or products that they have available that we could add on if we chose to. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. What does the board think? Do you want to have more conversation with this company? Do you want to look toward other possibilities?
Mike, at
I would
12,000, does that exceed our, do we have to send it out for bid? Is that, or
Well, Mary Lou, there's a question I have for you.
I think,
Is this professional services? You unmuted, you muted yourself again.
okay, I
Yeah,
hit it, I double clicked instead of clicking.
you did.
So I think this would fall under professional services. This isn't the kind of thing that you take the low bid on. I think it would fall under professional services, like my services, like engineering services. I don't think we need to go out to bid. Doesn't mean you can't, send out to different companies and
Right.
ask them to give you presentations or quotes, but you're not gonna have to go with the lowest.
not the lowest, but our
Or do it at all.
our best value proposition.
Well, we could do our best value, and we could put out an official request for proposal. I was sharing this only more or less to spur the discussion. And we could certainly put out a request for proposal if there's other vendors we wanted to reach out to and do a best value call.
I personally think that we should probably get at least one other quote just to see what other option is available to us from a developer. And also to get like additional quotes for if we wanted to use like the mass notification system to see what theirs would be comparable to. I also get emails about them all the time.
Right.
To buying the system independently and not one that works in conjunction with the website.
Okay. For Michael and Charlotte, so what the best value system is, we adopted it a couple years ago. What it allows us to do is put out a request for proposals that then come back in. Each company, each vendor makes their proposal based on our specifications of what we're asking for. We then independently as board members score them on a criteria that we've agreed to and we put in the specs in the proposal request. And we score it and we come up with an answer of what of our top score. And then from there, we either take the top score or we agree to weigh the top three and decide, it's all sort of pre-decided how we're going to do it by the five of us ahead of time. And it's all included in the call for proposals. So everybody knows what's being asked. They know how they're competing against each other, and we ask them to put their best foot forward.
But then
And
also
price
each
is
board
one of
member-
those items, but price is not the only item.
But it also lets each board member evaluate all the
Yep.
companies independently and
Yep.
score them based on their personal feelings and merit, and then the cumulative score determines the appointee. That's how we ended up with Fish.
What we did, yeah, with Fish, that's how we did it. We called for proposals. We got quite a few, and we agreed then to interview, what was it, the top three? I think
I
we
think it was
interviewed
more
the
than-
top three. And then when we did a building condition survey, we did a similar where we got, I don't remember, 25 or 30 proposals. We narrowed it down to the top 5. We interviewed the top 5. And out of that, we picked our favorite of the top 5. And we could do a similar thing. I can put together a proposal to bring to the board for the next meeting, to put it out, a call for projects, and do a schedule based off of that.
Like, I mean, this one looks sharp. I'm very impressed, and Aaron, I can see why you like it, and especially if Marbletown picked it too. You can't ask for a better ringing endorsement. But if we're getting several offers a week from different vendors, I think we always.
Well, the several offers isn't for website design. The several offers a week is the mass notification system.
I can tell you too, once we redo the website, we will get several, like I get emails from web developers like at least 3 or 4 a week, if not more, at the pantry since we redid our website. Like it's a common, they'll flood in.
Well, this would be to redo the website. So we'll be picking the company to redo the website. So that wouldn't help them really.
No, I'm just saying it's a very competitive market where like we can't
okay.
we
Now I
want
understand.
many if we want multiple offers to see a variety, like it's not going to be a hard situation to be in.
And we put the call for projects out on the state bid website, so it's going out statewide. Everybody, people monitor that constantly, looking for projects to get quotes on. Like when we did the building condition survey, we got companies not just in New York State even who bid, and one was from Baltimore who did a very nice job, but decided that they couldn't afford to do it in our price range. But
I don't disagree that this one looks great and really sharp and put together, and I love Marbletown's website. I'm just saying for overall usage to make sure we get the most bang for our buck and the most platforms covered and everything.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree.
Go ahead, Michael.
I mean, the price seems reasonable, but I'm curious what's out there. I mean, we may have people in town that would want to bid on it that are web designers. I also would want to see or understand better what the departments think is necessary and what the challenges are, so that we make sure we have that feedback in whatever we're putting out to bid. But I think it would be good to have a few other bids on this.
Do a couple board members want to help just send me criteria of what we should include in the formal, what I'll do is put together a draft. I won't put it out. I'll be bringing it to the board for approval. But if you guys, Michael and Charlotte, you may have more experience than any of us, or Aaron or whoever, to help me. Obviously, from this proposal, I know some of the things to ask for. I think we definitely want to ask for ADA compliant. But if you want to help me fill out the criteria of what we're asking for, that would be really helpful.
I can, so I did talk with 4 departments ahead of us talking with Sal. But I think I could formally, I think I did not talk to the clerk's office. But I think I could go back and make sure that I hit everything with the needs of the departments. And then I can also send, there were some things that they do that I think are really important to our needs that I could send you in an email, Mike.
Okay. Can we sort of set a deadline of that by next Wednesday, the 9th?
Yeah.
So then I
Yeah.
can get a proposal together for the 16th meeting?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Kate, do you want to weigh in on this at all? I apologize. I've got, with the screen share, I can't see you anymore, so.
I would like to be a part of the decision making as to who's involved in putting things on the website. You know, Rich is great. As soon as I send him something, he always puts something on there right away. But, you know, if we can cut out the middleman in some ways on
Yep.
things, I would prefer that. I don't know a lot about websites, so I look forward to seeing what the criteria of what everybody else has to put forward. And maybe by the time I read that, I might have a little more questions and maybe can provide a little more input.
I think a major thing is it has to be ease of change and basically plug and play. And
Absolutely.
when I ran back when the town was using, do you remember the name of the company that they used to use? It was out of Massachusetts. I can't remember the name of the company.
Yeah.
But basically, everything was just a text item. So I could cut and paste out of a Word document and put it into a field, and then it was updated. Or things were tables and you were just changing the information in the table. So it's it's got to be user friendly.
Right.
For you know, we want the, you know, Nicole and the planning board to be able to put stuff up herself. We want Kate to be able to put stuff up herself. I should be able to put stuff up from, you know, from our office. And it will just make life a lot easier. And Rich has been very, very helpful. This is not a knock at all, because as Kate said, I send him something and it's up there in a matter of minutes. So
Yeah, I think
there
we should
is that.
definitely be involved in helping make these, like, with decide like things that are important for the website, because Rich does own his own web developing company, so he is very versed in website design and doing and updating websites. I know for me, like at at least the domain we use and the platform the host site we use, if you update something wrong, you can delete the whole page and have to redo it by accident on our website. So it is very deep. Like, you have to make sure that you know what you're doing when you are a person that can edit, because I have accidentally almost deleted a whole page that I don't know how to redesign. So
yeah, so that's one of the things I was going to say. It's this line between, like, I have a bit of experience working in websites. I was the sales and marketing manager for an online company for 6 or 7 years. And so I was like, my job was working in a website. And it's great if you're a creative person to have a lot of flexibility. But the thing that would be, just to your point, Charlotte, really important is that any users, that we would be allowed to set permissions around users and roles, and that it would be very specific. Each person would only be able to really have flexibility within a very specific, like, range.
Exactly.
And like on this one, for example, they allow you to have 2 admins, and an admin is someone who could delete the whole website, right? But you wouldn't want that to be like any, you know, people on staff. So those are the things for me when I'm saying there's stuff that they do that I think would be really important for us. It's that type of thing, is like, exactly, you wouldn't want someone to go in and change the whole color of the website or put up photos on the main page. We'd want all that to be set and agreed upon ahead.
Yeah,
And that's,
sorry,
I
go
think,
ahead.
the main, to me, that's the main thing, in addition to updating functionality, which I think any good web developer is going to be able to help us with.
Yeah, I think, Aaron, in changing, we're really only talking about changing data, whereas, you need to change a name, or you need to upload a new form or something like that. We're not going to be talking about design changes or even putting up pictures and things like that. That should all be done through the administrator. Really, the ability to change, make minor changes to things, I think is where we want to have some degree of flexibility for users, but still have it be monitored.
I would also
think
like
that-
to see some sort of calendar, like as soon as you
Yep.
log on to the page, so you have the whole calendar of the month of events, and you can click on a day and it could bring you right to either
Yep.
the event or the page. I do get a lot of calls that people have a hard time finding things on the website, and I have to go on and kind of walk them through it. And I do think if we have some sort of calendar right away, and people can click on different events that they want to read up on, and I think that would be important to have as well.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we need to also lay our claim to the invention of peanut butter and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
You're stealing mine, Michael.
Got to get it out there, public domain.
That's
There
the
you go.
header on the homepage.
Or the photo could just be peanut butter.
There you go. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and stop our share. Thank you, guys. So anybody who wants to email me ideas of what you think need to be in that proposal, I will plan to bring something to us at our workshop meeting on the 16th for discussion. So thank you very much for your time on that. Okay, moving on to discussion items, and I know it's getting late, so if we get to any that people feel we don't really need to talk about tonight, we can move them to later meetings. So these are in no particular order, but the first is we've been having ongoing discussions with the fire and safety inspections. I know, Mary Lou, you were doing a little research for us, and so I'll let you maybe sort of lead the way. You're muted. You're muted.
I know, my
Oh.
thing was sticking.
Oh, sorry.
I was trying to unmute.
I saw your lips moving. Sorry.
Nope, I was trying to unmute. So I have to tell you, with doing, my research was also gonna be in part with my training session for the planning board. So with doing the appeals papers, I did not get to anything. So if there's anything particular that
Well, I
you,
think what we need to clarify, Mary Lou, is the difference, the state code and our town code
okay,
appear like they might be in conflict. And then our fee schedule that we adopted in 2021 clearly is in conflict with our own code and with the state code, but that was at the recommendation of the code enforcement office at the time when we adopted it. So we
right,
just
so,
need
okay,
to,
so it
we need
wasn't,
to resolve what we can and can't do. And,
okay, it
and-
wasn't about what the fees are themselves as compared to others. It was those other two issues.
Yeah.
Okay,
The questions really are, is there a difference in size? In the state law, what I read is it says anywhere there's public assembly must be inspected.
mhm.
I know code enforcement has said it goes on number of people and for duration of inspection.
Yeah, there were differences into how,
And it's-
whether it was every year or every 2 years. And yeah,
So we have conflict
Okay.
between our own
and I
law.
did start that research, but I have to tell you, I'm not prepared to tell you what it is because I don't have
Okay.
it in front of me.
Okay, but that's really the answer we need is,
Okay.
we have conflict between our fee schedule, our own code and the state code, and we need to resolve how to make the three of them in agreement. whether it's we change our own code, whether it's we change our schedule, or obviously the state code is the state code. We can't change the state code, so.
Right.
But Mary Lou, didn't you a month ago say, I can't
I
remember.
thought I'd given something on it, Erin.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
you said that there's a particular issue that's been before the board for the past few months in public, so we can talk about it, but
Mhm.
where they'd been treated in one way under as for fire and safety inspections, and then that changed, and that's what brought up this
Mhm.
issue.
This issue.
I thought I didn't go back and re-watch the meeting, but didn't you say then that you thought there was something about retail versus public assembly?
Right, I did. I did read some definitions, I think, and yeah, I would have to go back and look at that as well. I thought that I'd given some opinion on it at the January
You
regular
did,
meeting.
but you said I have to do more research, and that's
Oh,
sort of where
okay,
we're
all
at.
right,
Yeah.
all right.
what-
I'll go back and look at that again and see.
What then is the process if you have an opinion that differs from what was determined by like a fire and safety inspector? What do we do then?
Well, I think that what you were looking for is how do we change our code or our schedules?
Mhm.
Because they've got to go according to code. They can't, decide on their own. They're interpreting our code and the state fire code. Maybe we have to clarify it, whether it be in our schedule or in our code.
I think, Aaron, the issue is, so our fee schedule said something that is opposite or different. I shouldn't say opposite. It's different from what our town code states.
Right.
So that is sort of shame on us. We adopted a fee schedule that doesn't follow our own code. So we have to clarify that. But we still have to go by the code, not the fee schedule. The fee schedule has to be adopted to be in harmony with the code. So, but then the question I had is our code, the language is slightly different than the state code. It's
Right, and is
similar, but it's different. And I'm not clear on,
I'll have something for you for
Yeah.
your meeting in the middle of the month.
but it's not, I want to clarify, this isn't as a result of a change. I mean, we changed our fee schedule in 2021 on the recommendation of the code enforcement office. But we didn't do any research against our code, and apparently we adopted a fee schedule that didn't match our code. So that's really the issue. So I don't think we can do anything about a specific ask right now until we get a resolve, because that fee schedule, we shouldn't have been able to make it if it goes against our code.
I apologize for not having something for you tonight, but I will have something for you at your next meeting.
Okay,
Okay?
got it. And that, you mean the 16th? So you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, whether, if you don't need me at the meeting, that's fine. I
You
can send
email
it out to
Yeah,
you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Understood. Okay. The planning board fee schedule, I put it on as a placeholder, but the planning board is going to talk about it at one of their meetings, and they didn't meet in the workshop meeting, so they haven't talked
Right.
about it yet. Then the Cliff Road open development, I got a call from the individual who's requesting the open development. I know at the last meeting, we got a little sidetracked on talking about that there's another person there who maybe wants to explore the idea of turning it into a town road. He called me and said, I'm really just looking for a yes or no answer on my open development. And I said, well, if that's the question, probably the answer is going to be no, if you really want me to put it to the board, because of past decisions the board has made. So more or less, Mary Lou, to say if you had any more update on that.
On the other?
Well, on either.
Okay, well, on this application, it's just, there's not enough information anyway, but I think that going by what we've had in the past, it would be difficult. The road may be maintained now, but if there's not a road maintenance agreement for, everyone to maintain it,
Right.
that doesn't do us much good going into the future. So there were definitely problems when the last person tried to establish this and it was denied. On the other, Marge had sent me, you'd said I could talk to her for the half hour. And she said she'd send me some questions, but the questions that she sent to me actually would have involved a lot of legal research that would have far exceeded the half hour. So I wrote back to her and I said, look, here's what I'm authorized to do. And let's have a discussion with you. These items, she was asking me about what Supreme Court cases were out there and things. So that's for you to research. And then if you want to discuss your findings, I'm happy to do that for half an hour. But I'm not going to do the research for the discussion. And she understood. So she said she will do that. I also asked her if I could give her information to this other gentleman, just in case their interests somehow align. And she said that we could go ahead with that. So Mike, I think you have her email address if you'd like to give it to him.
Okay, I'll follow through.
I heard
with
from
that.
her like a day or two ago.
Okay, I'll follow through with her and I'm giving her his information.
No, you're giving him her.
I'm giving him
information.
her information. Got it. Okay.
So
Yep.
I don't want to double back on the fire inspection thing, but I agree with Aaron about the spirit of what was being discussed. And I think the distinction was the New York State definition of an area of public assembly was 50 or greater in attendance. And so, in the specific case in question, if that space is for fewer than 50 people, then it's not an area of public assembly.
It wasn't public assembly. It was open to the public, but that's not the same as public assembly.
Right. And the space is such that it's smaller than can have 50 people. Therefore, per our schedule, it should be every 2 years for inspection. I think that was the logic.
Right. But the question exists if our schedule, Mary Lou's got to determine if our schedule is, if we're allowed to do that. We can't work from the schedule backwards. We got to work from the law forward.
Yeah, and I thought the law would have put the requirement, if it's not the 1 year, which is 50 or greater, then it would put it at 3 years, which was the point I was
Right,
making.
I think it
We're at
was
2
3.
years. Yeah, it was
Right, I
3.
think it was
But
3.
ours says 2, but the state law is 3.
Right.
So that's where.
Right. Well, we can be more restrictive, just not less. So.
Yeah, but in this specific case, then I think we need to figure out if 2 years is appropriate and then come to a
Right.
resolution on that.
Right. But
But
first we just need the answer though on the codes in general.
Right,
Of
and
how to
we have
apply
the
them.
thing that it's mixed use, it's retail and residential, and whether there's a separation. There were a lot of things that went into it.
For me, Michael, the question is not so much about the specific person that is asking, it's about the general resolve we need to do. So who
Yeah.
did we just lose? Oh, we just lost Kate.
Are we
Oh.
waiting for Kate? So I had a question about the Cliff Road, because I'm also not understanding.
Hey, hang on a minute, Michael. Let me just see if we're getting Kate back in, because otherwise then I have to start taking minutes and notes.
I'm not offering show tunes again since I was rejected.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
There she is. Okay, Kate's back. Go ahead,
Okay,
Michael.
Cliff Road, Michael.
So on the Cliff Road, I was trying to look at it on the parcel viewer. So it's not like at the edge of town. So there are dwellings past the proposed lot. Is that correct? Or do we
Yes.
not know?
I believe there are. Yeah,
So
there, it used to be a through road many years ago before
Into
my
Marbletown.
memory. And
So what I-
Marbletown or Olive? Is it Marbletown? I thought it was Olive.
No, it's Marbletown.
Whatever.
So I
Okay.
guess what I was curious about is if the fire district is covering the houses that are past the parcel, then shouldn't the concern be whether or not they have established access to that dwelling? Because like, why is it not like a grandfathering in if it's, the road has
It
to be
is.
good enough for the fire district to support the houses beyond them on Cliff Road?
So
But there's, no, it's a road that was there before. There's no road maintenance agreement. Somebody's going in new. Now we require those things.
Okay, I see.
There have been problems in the past. It sounds from what we're hearing from this gentleman that either he or someone else has gone through and improved the road, but that's not required anywhere. And going far into the past, there have been problems getting the fire department up there.
Yeah. So you answered my
Or the
question. though.
ambulance service.
The existing dwellings are grandfathered, but
They're
for new
grandfathered,
dwellings-
new ones
Correct.
are not.
Okay.
and Michael, further compounded, if there's a dwelling there already and it's replaced with a new one, it's the building inspector's opinion of whether it's can be done. But if it's an existing dwelling, and there were many sort of hunting cabins up there that were then converted into full year-round houses and happened because they were conversions. It was a hunting cabin that went away and a new house was built in its place. So, but this is for brand new construction on a non-developed lot. And if you don't have access on either a public road or a mapped approved subdivision road, you can't get a building permit without open development, and open development requires proof of safe emergency service access.
And that includes a requirement for a road maintenance agreement?
We
I'll let
would
you handle
require
it.
that, I would think. I would think we would require that because, as I said, what's good today, somebody apparently
Right.
went and fixed that, but they didn't have an obligation to.
Right.
And
Okay.
10 years from now, they may not want it. And then we have all these houses up there and a real fire problem or ambulance problem.
We have always, as part of open development, required a road maintenance agreement. That can be as simple as the one person says, I will take on the responsibility. The problem with this road is it's not like your standard private road where everybody owns to the center of the road. It's all over the place of who has control over it. And even if, this gentleman, if he says, yes, I'll maintain it, Mary Lou's concern is he may not have the legal right to maintain it because one of those other owners may say, I don't want you to maintain it. And I'm gonna, he already told me that somebody had dug some drainage ditches and one of the neighbors went through and filled them back in again because he didn't like them. And, that's a prime example of what can happen there.
Yeah. Okay.
And in the past, the ambulance has really been the issue more so than the fire truck.
Yeah.
That they just totally bottomed out. They couldn't get there.
Yeah.
So that's why it's a serious concern, unfortunately.
And it is unfortunate. It's a beautiful area and it would be lovely to, if everyone who lives along there could
Right.
somehow come up with something.
Right. If they can all agree to make it a town road, that's the best solution, but they may not
And
agree
they've
on that.
tried in the past and have not been able to get an agreement. I mean, back to the 90s. That's the first time this came up.
Yeah.
Since I've been around.
I can think of at least 4 times since the 2003 when I got involved that it's been tried. So, and I'm sure many times prior. So, are you good on that, Michael? Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
Moving on to policy for YouTube. We're currently streaming out town board meetings, planning board meetings, zoning board of appeals meetings During the pandemic, the Recreation Commission, the Historic Preservation, and the ECC are meeting by Zoom. We have not been broadcasting those out on the YouTube channel. The meeting information is out there, so anybody could log in to the meeting while it's happening. Had a request from a resident of why aren't we putting that out there? My feeling is the town board, the planning board, the ZBA, they have a town employee who is their secretary. They're taking minutes, they're monitoring it. The others don't have, they have volunteers, and to put that responsibility on them is a lot of responsibility, and to try to put that responsibility on myself or Kate or Aaron, who was helping out for a lot of times, is a lot of responsibility. So I had not been putting those meetings out there. I wanted to get some feedback on what people thought, and if we want to actually establish a policy.
I mean, I think it's valuable to have as many meetings as possible. I'd like to leave it up to the individual groups if they want to go through that extra step, but.
Yeah, the ECC is doing it right now. It's the HPC and the Recreation Commission. The ask came from the about the HPC, why their meeting wasn't up there. They meet at 2:30 on a Monday afternoon. What I've done is I started the meeting, and then on my computer, and then I go about my business, and it's just running there in the background. I kind of feel like to say it's always going to be up is a bit of an ask. And if they were meeting in person, that wouldn't be happening. You know, if they get back to where they're actually meeting in person, I don't think it's right for us to ask them to make sure it's streaming out. You know, town board meetings, planning board, ZBA, where legal decisions are being made, absolutely. The other ones are volunteer commissions. I think it's too big an ask, personally.
I think maybe we should wait to decide this until after the 15th is what I'm feeling. Also,
Okay.
we can make it a policy, like if we do go back to an executive order where we have to be where we are Zoom only, then maybe we can talk about having a requirement for when that happens. But if they're public and anyone's able to come and attend them, like I know I've attended the youth center, the youth commission's meetings before in previous years, and you can just join into the meeting. So
Right.
I think since it's offered that way, but I think that we should probably wait till after next week till we know exactly what's happening with Zoom rules wise anyway.
Okay.
Can I just comment? I just want to clarify one thing, Charlotte. It's not required that we do Zoom meetings. That's something this board decided to do. We have the ability, the permission to do it. It's not required.
Yes. Yeah, well, that's what I meant. Yeah, not that it's required, but that you
Right.
can do fully.
That's for the
Zoom,
people
right.
out in YouTube land. I don't want them to.
And Mary Lou, just to
misunderstand.
clarify too, so if we are doing it, the requirement is that we give the people the ability to attend the meeting, and by posting the notice of the meeting login,
Can
you
attend
can log
virtually,
in,
yes.
but there's no requirement that we put it out on
No.
YouTube. Yeah.
Not at all.
And I'm not trying to cut corners, but these boards are volunteers. They don't have the staff support that the other boards have. And I
have a question, and I don't know if this is even possible. So when we have these meetings, we record them, right?
Yeah.
Is it possible for them to record them? I don't know how it works because I'm the old lady of the group.
It's got to be recorded on the computer that's hosting it.
Okay, so if it's recorded on the computer that's hosting it, can it then be put on YouTube, the recording
Aaron,
later?
you can
So
probably
they're
tell me
not watching
better.
it live, but they're.
So there's a couple things. One, with the board meetings, the legal board meetings, so the town board and the planning board and the zoning board, those meetings when they're on Zoom only are recorded onto the computer. And for that, that's for our, we have to do that. So, but Zoom allows you to record into the cloud, or it allows you to record onto a hard drive. So any board or commission could record their meetings. Any commission could record their meetings, and then they could later put it onto YouTube if they want to.
There is a problem with that though, Aaron, because the cloud fills up very, very fast. One meeting, one of our town board meetings basically fills up our cloud account.
Right. I'm just
So,
saying
yeah.
that I know the ECC, they're doing it on their own. They have their own Zoom account that they use, and they have their own YouTube page, and they have their own process.
Right.
So what they're doing is they're recording the meeting into somebody's cloud, and then that in a shared drive, so that either the chair or the co-chair could be the one to put it up onto YouTube at a later date.
Aaron, do you know who's paying for that though? Because we're not,
I
the
don't
town's not paying
know.
for this. See, that's the issue.
I
I
don't
think
know.
they're doing it on a private
Right,
Yeah,
Zoom
right.
account.
That's what
They
I'm
may
saying.
not-
The town has one Zoom account. If we were to get multiple Zoom accounts for every board and commission, our costs would be astronomical.
Well, the only point I'm trying to make is that we're doing that as a town board because we have to. The ECC is doing that on their totally their own volition, and they have their own way that they're doing it. But yes, you can record a meeting and then put it on to YouTube. I wanted to say two things. One is that, Mike, you recently started a process of circulating a meeting calendar. And in that meeting calendar, you're putting all the Zoom info for all the meetings, correct?
Yes.
So the HPC, the ECC, plus planning board, zoning board of appeals, and town board, you're putting that information.
Every board or commission meeting during the course of the month is going on that weekly calendar.
So
And
I think so. One of the issues was there was inconsistency in how the meetings were being advertised on the agenda. So like, for example, this isn't to call anyone out, but last month, the ECC agenda didn't have the Zoom info on the agenda. It was on their Facebook page, but it wasn't listed on the agenda. And so what I think, just making sure that it's on the agenda for the Zoom info, and what Mike is doing, I think is a huge, huge improvement. So I think that is fantastic. I don't know that we should need to require them to then put it on YouTube.
So the answer can just be a Zoom link will be on the website. If you'd like to watch the meeting, you can attend virtually.
Yeah.
And I think anyone can attend those meetings and ask those boards about streaming on YouTube if they would like.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, if they have an account like
it's comfort with technology, and you know, not to single out a board, but there's nobody on the HPC who's comfortable doing that.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm hosting the meetings. The Recreation Commission, I gave them the password. They hosted their own meeting.
Right.
It worked just fine. The ECC has been doing it on their own. The HPC, somebody has to initiate the meeting for them.
And then this is not the exact same thing that you're talking about, Mike, but the policy for YouTube. I just started going through and organizing the meetings on our YouTube channel so that they're easier to find. And basically what I'm doing is I'm renaming them. And I was going to make a suggestion for how, when the meetings for the planning board, the zoning board, and the town board get streamed, that those could be renamed in a particular way.
Yeah, the problem now, Aaron, is because they're scheduled for the entire year as one event with multiple meetings. So they've got to be renamed each meeting after the fact.
Yeah,
I
it would have to
think.
be on, you can do it when you hit stream
Right.
to YouTube, and then you can
Okay.
type it in. If I keep up with it after every meeting, it's not a big deal, but right now I'm like, oh man.
Well, why don't you and I talk offline about how to do that? Because what I did is I assumed in January, I assume that all year long, so every board's, it's done for the whole year, so we, except for the ZBA, because that they're using it, they're using a different link, and I need to get that link.
Yeah.
They're using
Well-
the one, yeah.
I did talk to the secretary about.
Why don't
it.
you and I talk offline and solve that
Okay.
later, because I
Yeah.
don't want to take up everybody else's time while we solve
Okay.
that problem. Okay,
But
so,
there's now 10 meetings that are named with the date for everyone's, if you go back. There it is, fine.
yeah, no, understood, and yeah, it's a matter of the process of, you and I can talk offline and solve it. Next, I wanted to talk about the ambulance improvement districts for 2023. Only because it could potentially be a lengthy process. I wanted Mary Lou to just sort of weigh in on what we need to do to initiate that process for 2023.
So you want to do it as actual districts?
Yeah, as an improvement district, unless the state changes the rules by then, which I don't think is gonna happen.
Right, okay, all right, so, I can get you guys all of that information. But, okay, so we're thinking about, we're doing the agreements, right? Right
We're-
now.
So right now, we have the agreements to go until the end of 2022. What I would like to do is, during the course of 2022, we establish these districts. Obviously, it has to be subject to permissive referendum.
Right,
We then have, people then have this certain number of days to call for a vote. We have to have the vote. We want to have all that done before September, before budget time. So if that's the case, I think we would have to do the resolution by no later than May, because of the
Okay.
potential for the permissive referendum. But what I need to know from you, Mary Lou, is how we word it. Do we do it by, if we do it by SBLs? So, and this is where Michael gets involved. What I got from the assessor was a list of the SBLs that are in the Marbletown First Aid Unit District. I guess he got them from the county. Michael mapped it out at my request. There's some parcels dead smack in the middle that weren't on the list. So clearly they need to be added. There's also others that are in the peripherals that the only way you can get to those properties is by driving down a road through the other district.
Mhm.
So potentially we need to have negotiations with the county to change.
I was
the
gonna say, right,
Marbletown
and you have,
district. Right,
gonna say, and you have the county committee or whatever it's called that you're on, that's gonna be discussing.
which hasn't met yet, and I don't know when it's
Overall.
gonna meet. So I'm
Okay.
going with the assumption that nothing's gonna change. And we need to be prepared, because we can't fund what we did this year. We did this year because of ARPA money,
You have ARPA money, right?
right? We're not
Um,
gonna have it for 2023, so we have to move forward with this ambulance district
Okay,
idea.
or, I mean, let me give you all of the options, because ambulance district is one option. You know, very likely the option you're gonna want to go with, but I want to make sure, especially we have a couple new board members,
Okay,
that you realize, you know, what all of the options are.
and remember, it will be two. There'll be one for Marbletown First Aid and another
Mhm.
district for KFAS.
Yep.
Got it. But when I started looking at the time frame, I was like, "Ooh, we got to get this like resolution done by, I think, May, in order to have the permissive referendum be done by August. So come budget time, we have an idea of what's going on." So that was where my thoughts were. Next on the list is the local law, the draft that I circulated about establishing a recreation commission. I took that language from the town of Hyde Park, which took it from the New York State statute. How do people feel? Do you want to go ahead and circulate that and schedule it for public hearing? Do you want to have more conversation about it? The only thing I changed in there is the state statute says up to 7 members. I believe it says 7 members. I did ours as 5 to 7 to allow ourselves the little bit of flexibility for quorum, because if you establish your board at 7 members, then you have to have 4 people for a quorum. If you establish your board as 5 to, if we legally can, Mary Lou, that's the question.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let me look at that.
Yeah. Otherwise, the language is directly out of the state statute, and it's, like I said, I borrowed from the town of Hyde Park for their language. And we can put this off till the 16th if people are more comfortable with that.
Yeah, I think to let Mary Lou look up if we can leave the verbiage of 5 to 7 in
At
there.
5 to
And
7.
then also just because there was a lot to swallow for this meeting for information. Going
Yep.
through, I've already done the
Yep.
solid waste and the accessory dwelling. I've read those a couple times now, but this one was newer, so I
a
personally would like
problem.
to table it till the 16th.
That's okay with me. We can do that. And I apologize. You know, you guys have shown me a lot of ambition, and I'm pushing us hard. So we want to get some things done. So then let's move on to the solid waste littering. And you know, that was the proposal that we've sort of been talking about since last summer.
Mhm.
There's 3 options essentially. The one option is we could do a we have a standalone solid waste law already. We could do a standalone littering law. We could merge the 2 together. And I sort of propose the various options. I'm not saying the verbiage is perfect. It may need some tweaking, but I took a littering law and our solid waste law and kind of merged the 2 together.
I'm not ready to schedule a public hearing for it, but so my comment is pretty broad, which is my gut is that we should do a standalone, because I think that would be easier
Okay.
to digest and to really make it what we want. But I don't know what the rest of the board thinks, or Mike, if there was another reason why you thought.
The only reason I merged it is there was a fair amount of overlap between the 2, and I was concerned that maybe we would set up competing laws when I put the 2 side by side, and that's why I merged them.
Right.
I'm not opposed to having it be a standalone law. I think the solid waste does need a little bit of tweaking and
Right.
update, though, if that's the case, because it's old. It's very old.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I like the idea of standalone, and perhaps that solid waste has to be updated, so.
Okay.
I feel the same way.
I don't know, our code's very long. I think consolidating. I mean, I read through the hybrid one. I'm curious what fell out of each of the individual ones, but I did see a lot of overlap.
I think I circulated the littering standalone one.
You did, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just couldn't, my brain and my computer.
Understood.
Couldn't.
It's a lot.
It is a lot.
I think collapsing the code, I like code when appropriate, but also, simplifying it is also valuable too. So I think we should
See, I almost
digest
think
all 3.
it's simpler if you have it as 2 separate sections or chapters. I don't know. I think it's easier that way than to be looking in solid waste for littering.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, I didn't expect us to be going to public hearing after tonight on any of these 3. It was more
Okay.
just let's have a conversation about it. So I didn't know if the recreation would be a simple one, but I understand. Let's get clarification from Mary Lou on that.
As long as the end state product of 2 individuals is close to the length of the combined one, I think it's fine.
There you go.
I mean, at our workshop meeting, we could put them up side by side and go through them. So,
Yeah, I don't think that's a terrible idea, Mike. I think
Yeah.
that would probably be.
yeah, I just, we've all been sort of shocked that we didn't have a littering law and when it came about, and it was like, oh, So, and then some of it is sort of covered in solid waste and some isn't, and that's kind of what led me to merging them as one. Is just sort of treating it because of the overlap and because of the possibility of setting up contrary, which is always dangerous when you write a new law. So that's why I just looked to merge, and because to me, the two subjects definitely go hand in hand. Adam, you got any thoughts on it?
Only that we have a littering fine in town and no littering law. So, like I
That
said,
is true.
I think a workshop meeting's in order. We've been talking about this for a long time. We need something and sooner than later, especially before tourist season.
Yeah. We don't have a fine. We have signs that say we have a fine, but it's not enforceable. So, but don't say that too loud. I guess I shouldn't have said that out loud, but okay. Accessory dwellings. Aaron, I'm going to let you sort of take the lead on this, and you've been doing the most research on it. Although I do want to say it's something that came up, and I was a little surprised. Monday, I sat in on the Association of Towns attorney highlights of the governor's budget message, and the governor has put a proposal in her budget that pretty much makes accessory dwellings able to happen anywhere on any residential property with almost no restrictions in terms of size, setback, parking. I was more than shocked about it. So all that being said, we could be adopting a law that maybe just never even get off the ground, but I just wanted to, and I don't have all the details. She did a 45-minute version of the governor's budget, but I was really surprised. I've got to do some more research to find exactly what the governor's proposal is. So with that being said, let me let you take it from there, Aaron.
Sure. So I took a look. I took a look at the Marbletown draft.
You want a screen share?
I
have it if you want me to share it.
Yeah, sure. Because I'm on another computer.
Okay, I'm gonna have to find it, but what you sent, but.
So what I did is I read their law. It's pretty similar to ours. There's some differences that I think are particular to the town of Marbletown, but then they included some things that I thought might strengthen ours. So I just did a red line version of the draft that the ZRC submitted and included a few changes, and I can just go through them. And I think it's pretty solid the way it is after sitting in on the Ulster County Planning Board meeting last night where they talked about another one. I think we've done a pretty good job. I think it'll improve through the process.
1 second here, I'll have it. There you go.
Okay. So basically, I can just quickly, we basically are outlining the purpose and intent is to allow accessory dwelling units as a housing option. So a longer term housing option for aging in place, for families, for workforce, so for rentals, and then income to support families who'd like to rent out an apartment. So then when we get into the definitions, it's, we're only defining things that aren't already defined in the code. And we have in the definitions for accessory dwelling unit, which this is a pretty boilerplate definition, then gross floor area, and then livable floor area, but we didn't use the livable floor area in the law at all. So I just deleted it because I thought it was confusing.
You don't want to define something that's not in your code. Agreed.
I think we discussed this at length, and maybe that was like a ghost from ZRC or something. Everything else, the primary domicile, principal dwelling unit, habitable space, those are all used in the law. So basically, we are authorizing accessory dwelling units with the provisions of the code below to be available just for with a building permit, basically. So that gives the code enforcement officer the they basically are the ones, you just have to go to the code enforcement office and fill out a form, and they're subject to those types of requirements. So no site plan approval or anything like that. So in zoning districts, the zoning review committee is proposing 2 new districts. We haven't really done that yet, so I just deleted those from this version because I think we can add those in later. And basically, we're saying that the accessory dwelling unit has to be located on the same parcel as the primary residence. It's an accessory use to a residential, just like a residential home. So you can't build an accessory dwelling unit in a business. It has to be like part of a residence. And then in lot requirements, so this is where I did a little bit of editing, because we also might want to consider including like a picture if we wanted, but there are a couple different types of dwelling units. One is where you convert like your basement or upstairs into an apartment. Another is if it's connected in shares a common foundation. And another way of doing it is to build an addition onto your house that the accessory dwelling unit would be in as well. And so for the lot requirements, what we're saying is if the accessory dwelling unit shares a foundation with the primary residence, with the principal structure, then it's not included in any density calculation. So that means if you're an R2 and you put in a basement apartment and you have 2 acres, you don't have to have 2 additional acres to put in that additional dwelling. And I added a common foundation or connected to the principal structure because I wanted to leave room for if someone needed to add on to their home, or if it was in a garage, if they're converting a garage into an apartment, as long as it shares a foundation. So that's why I included that. And then 2 covers an accessory dwelling unit in a detached structure. And I added the word legal because Marbletown had that, and I thought, you know, that's fine to put in. Because we they have to have a foundation. So this does not, a detached structure can't be something like on wheels. So, and then I added pre-existing or new construction there because you could put an accessory dwelling unit in a building that exists on your property, as long as you can make that into a fire code approved dwelling unit, or you might be able to build something on your property. So for that type of accessory dwelling unit, what we're saying in here is that it shall require a 50% additional density calculation. So in that R2 example, if you had a house, no other uses, live in R2, and you wanted to build a small cottage, as long as it meets the requirements of this law, you would need to have 3 acres in order to do that. So 50%. And then any detached, so I added this in, Marbletown had this in, we did not before. Any detached structure where an accessory dwelling unit is proposed must meet the required setbacks for the zoning district in which it is located or be granted an area variance.
Aaron, what about, so if number one, though, if they built an extension on a house, that would still, we'd also want that to meet setbacks too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So maybe it
you're
shouldn't
right.
just say detached structure, maybe it just said any
Yeah.
accessory dwelling.
No, you're right. I thought of that. I don't know why I didn't put that in, because
Yeah,
when I
okay.
saw it in their law, I had the same thought, Mike.
Yeah, okay,
So yeah, I'll make a note.
yep,
Number 3. Okay. Or be granted an area variance, and this
Right.
is important because later, well, so then for all others, that's fine, no. So then basically we have our prohibitions, those I kept the same. So you can't build one of these if it's a 2-family or multifamily. You can't, like I said before, if the principal use is commercial or industrial, you can't put a ADU in. And then parcels with an existing or proposed primary dwelling unit that are non-conforming with regards to lot size. And then we put unless located in the H district in that one. So that's important because before we're saying you can seek an area variance if you're encroaching on your setback. So if your house maybe is non-conforming with the setbacks, you could still go to the ZBA for, you know, that attachment or something, or the attached one.
Aaron, we might want to consider adding R1 to that as well, because a lot of the R1 are undersized lots. We might want to take a look at that, but I think a lot of our R1.
Them, and if they're in, like, if they're in the low well, you know, it kind of depends on where
Okay.
they are.
Yep.
But I made a note of that because I think we should consider it. And then owner occupancy, we require that the person live either in the apartment that they're building or in the home, the primary dwelling, the principal dwelling, primary domicile. I'm sorry, I'm being sloppy. And then there can't be any current building violations unless the legalization or creation of the accessory dwelling unit will cure the violation. So that's common in a lot of the laws. I think it's good. And then I basically left everything in maximum floor area, but because we define gross floor area, I put the word gross in. I don't know if I needed to do that. Then a maximum number of 1 accessory dwelling unit shall be permitted in each qualifying parcel. I just judged that language a little bit. So I didn't make any changes here because I thought what we put was really good. So for K, you know, one thing about this that I think is good is that if you're building a little cottage in your backyard, it's supposed to match. You know, you want it to reflect the home because it's an accessory use. So that's pretty common also.
I don't like that.
You
I
don't?
don't like that section.
No? All right, well,
Who
maybe
cares?
the governor will take care of it for you.
Who cares? If they want to have it look different, they can have it look different.
Well, then you can, if you, yeah, you can want to live in, yes, that
You can argue your hot pink cottage with the Historic
Yeah.
Preservation Commission, Michael.
Yeah. I have a royal blue garage, so listen, I'm sympathetic. Okay. So septic, and you know what? I think it doesn't have to be the same color. It just has to be the same pitch. So, okay. So then for septic, I'm not sure if we're gonna run into the same issue with this that we did for the short-term rentals. So I left this alone, but we want the septic to be big enough for, you know, for that. So whatever.
That's a requirement of building permit, so.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think we should just leave that.
Yep.
And then, okay, so then we get to N. So this is, I added N and I was not sure. This is a question, a legal question. And I put in a placeholder here that I thought we should discuss, which is all accessory dwelling units shall have blank fire and safety inspection, annual, but like, I don't know the frequency when used as a rental property. So this is a placeholder because some people might want to build one of these so that their mom can live nearby. And some people might be renting them. And I don't know what, I've seen a lot of laws where they require annual inspections for all accessory dwelling units. And I don't know that we want to go that far, but I thought we should consider that because we are saying that these could be used as rental properties. So I think it's important that, you know, we consider the safety of the lessees in that case. But that was the last main change. We are not
Aaron,
allowed.
the letter O, that should just go up with the prohibitions. The minimum term of rental. It should just,
Okay.
that should just move up to the prohibitions that you can't use it as a short-term transient rental unit. There's no reason to put it in its own standalone, I don't think.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Yeah, and I wonder, Mike, if the governor does pass that law, if incorporating something in our short-term transient rental law that says accessory dwelling units can't be used as short-term transient rentals would get around that.
well, we don't know. And you know, bear in mind, the governor's budget is supposed to be adopted by April 1st. Whether it is or not is always a moving target. If she adopts this by April 1st and it stays in there, this law is pretty much going to be not necessary, but it's already February. If we're going to start this process, it's going to take a minimum of 2 months anyway. So by the time we get to actually adopting this, we'll know what the governor's doing or not doing. But as Dennis Doyle said last night at the county level, he doesn't want to, the county is really encouraging towns to do these, and he doesn't want to discourage anybody from moving forward with it, with a accessory dwelling law based on what the governors might or might not do.
Well,
And I would agree with him.
The key is we want it to help increase housing stock, you know,
Absolutely.
workforce housing stock. We want it to be for people who want their family to stay nearby and
Right.
And not be, you know, if it's a source of revenue, it should be as a rental,
Right.
for, you know, the local workforce, not
Right.
for, you know, renting out every weekend.
We used to have these in our code in a little bit of different form, and they came out in 2008 because they used to be required that it be for family members only. And you can imagine the proving of that fell by the wayside. You know, kids move, elderly parents pass away, and what somebody do? Hey, I got this apartment. They start renting it as an apartment. It's not really a legal apartment. It was an accessory dwelling unit. And it was out of control back in the early 2000s in this town. Now we want to encourage them, I think, but we want it to be managed. And I think this law goes a long way to doing that in a pretty simplistic way.
Yeah, Mike, if you look online, advertised rentals in the town of Rochester right now, there's two of them. There's
Yeah.
one for $2,200 for a 2-bedroom. There's one for $11,000 for a very nice 4-bedroom. If you either wanted to move into the town of Rochester as a renter,
Right.
or you were, you know, your lease ran out, or you know, you sold your house, there's literally no place to go right this second.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I think it's a critical piece we put in. And again, we just passed a law that's going to increase short-term transient rentals well north of 100. I think it's
Yep.
Aaron, I think great job. And please let me know if there's anything I can do to help you with this moving along.
Well, Aaron, do you want to sort of take these suggestions and we'll get this into a format to present at our 16th meeting? That would give us time to get it to the county for their March planning board meeting if we chose to move it forward, and to the planning board for their March 14th meeting. And, you know, we could schedule a public hearing in March and potentially get this adopted by April.
Okay.
Yeah,
If everybody else feels that way. I don't want to speak for everybody, but I'm not hearing anybody sort of saying, don't do this.
And
I have
Aaron,
some-
I'll look at that, at the fire inspection info.
Okay.
I have some red lines I'll send you, Aaron, and I'm ready to fight about the exterior appearance clauses.
And Michael, the big one with that was for many, many years there, as Mike said, you know, people would put a trailer on their property while they built a house, but then the trailer could remain. So you ended up with these, you know, 1-2 acre lots with two very different looking buildings on them. You know, one kind of a, you know, and if you go up in the, you know, up off of, you know, some of the back roads, you still see a few of them today. They're not egregious or anything, but at the same time, you know, again, if they could look similar, you know, like I said, you know, chartreuse and you know, stucco building and you know, and a Cape Cod, you know, again, you know, nobody's telling anybody what they have to do, you know, cut their lawn to this size, but you know, again, should make sense, I think.
I've got some ideas of how we can massage that, Michael, to find I think a median point between what you're saying and what's here. So we can certainly work on that language and get something to present on the 16th. So
This is great, though. I think it's a good idea.
I think it's really, yeah. Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. We're at 10 o'clock already. Aaron, definitely, let's move to the next. Aaron's job duties descriptions, which I know she really was one of her main items she wanted to speak about tonight. But let's do that, and then we can sort of see where we stand on the rest of these things for tonight.
Well, basically this last year, Mike and Adam know I did a sort of thorough write-up of duties for the positions at the transfer station. And so, you know, in civil service, we get a job description from the county, and that we can't change. That's what it is. But we can write our own internal, you know, SOPs and list of job duties tailored for the very specific job. And I'd like to, with, you know, approve, I don't want to do this if people are like, no, don't do this. I'd like to, I think it's a great thing to do. I enjoy doing it myself, working with the employees on getting their jobs down. I think it's really good for the institutional knowledge of our workplace to have these types of documents. And particularly now, what I'd like to work on is the planning and zoning secretary. That's a job that's like one person working by themselves who has like 3 people that they answer to. And I think it could be really powerful to get what that job should be in those terms on paper for the board and for the planning board, and, you know, for them to see that and come together around that. I think it could be really good. So I specifically wanted to start working on that, but I didn't want to do it or, you know, take up time without, you know, you guys weighing in and Mike weighing in on the value of that.
If I could, I think it's valuable. What I'd like to, wouldn't want to make it ultra specific, because a lot of that depending on who the planning board and the zoning board of appeals chair is, they may have different ways of doing things.
Mhm.
And ultimately, that person serves at the pleasure of the planning board or at the pleasure of the zoning board of appeals. So I'm fine with it on a really broad level. I'd want to be careful we don't get too specific of, in this situation, you do this, if you know what I'm trying to say. I'd also ask that we run anything we do by Mike Richardson, since
Oh,
we
yeah.
have him as our human resources consultant, to make sure we haven't crossed any lines that we shouldn't cross. But as a generic activity, I think it's a great idea. So I'm gonna try to, we strayed tonight, myself included, about talking once, so I'm gonna let somebody else talk next.
You can't have an employee evaluation unless you have an employee standard. So you can't evaluate them to a job unless we know what the duties and responsibilities of the job are. And to your point, Mike, they don't have to be ultra specific. They don't have to say you answer the phone this many times a day, or it's your responsibility to check the mail this time. But again, if we're gonna evaluate somebody, we have to evaluate them to some sort of standard, and people appreciate that. A lot of people complain that they don't have enough accountability, they don't have enough direction, they don't understand what what their duties are. Now, some people are go-getters and go above and beyond. Others wait for direction, and like I said, I think it's our job to provide that direction. So, once again, Aaron, if anything I can do to help, please let me know.
Michael or Charlotte?
I think it's always important to have job descriptions and make it like clear standards. I know I've read the ones for the civil servants, and they are they're very detailed. They're also extremely broad on a specific tasks or anything that are the responsibility of those jobs at times. So I think still in a broad sense, like you said, like you don't have to answer the phone X amount of times a day is a little too specific, but I'm also happy to help you, Aaron, if you need help writing the job descriptions, because I've had to do them. Most positions I've been in my professional life, I was the first one and had to write my own job description. So I have a lot of experience with that.
I think we share that, Charlotte.
Michael, I saw your thumbs up. Was that's your comment?
Approve.
Okay. Tag, you're it, Aaron.
All right. I'll bring you guys something soon.
Yeah, I don't think you need to rush into the 16th. It's getting to be a
No.
long meeting already, but yeah, perfect. Okay. The food pantry community outreach. There was a letter I shared with you from one of the members of the food pantry who sort of is coordinating community outreach. And they reached out to me and I put them in touch with Ashley. Their concern is trying to make sure we're getting the message out to people enough in our community. Kind of the problem is the seniors that we serve at the community center are very engaged and involved, and they either know about it or they don't need the services. The sort of the fear is, how do we get to the people that need the services and Charlotte, I know you probably can really speak to this from experience. How do you get the word out to the people that really need the services who may not be engaged? So they're just looking for any way we can help. So I'm throwing it out there just to say, how can we help?
Sure. So I noticed it was Carol's email, right? Is the one you're referring,
Yes.
Carol Kraus?
Yep.
I know Carol, sweetheart. But so one of the issues she said that she ran into is that the list of the elder care program is private, and only to the elder care program that information cannot be released, obviously. I mean, it's the same with the food pantry guests. You're not supposed to release their information. There's normally a clause on it that says, a privacy clause. So a way I would work around that, if this was my pantry trying to do it, is I would just provide a script or a letter to give to the coordinator of the elder care program to have calls go out to all those seniors, so that they know when they're open and what services are available to them through the food pantry if they need it. We did that at my pantry at the beginning of COVID. We just did a roll call and had volunteers call all of our guests and let them know what the update was on what was happening at the time. And it helped kind of keep everyone in the loop so that they knew all right, we're not closing, resources are still available. It just changed the process a little of how you had to get them was what happened with us. So since that information can't be released to the volunteers at the pantry, I would say see if possibly someone from the elder care program would be willing to reach out.
Many of the people in our elder care program are there because of a relative who may not live nearby. So they've listed them with us. We don't have regular outreach with them. Where we have outreach is if, that relative reaches out and says, I've been trying to call for 2 days and they haven't answered the phone, or, that's an extreme example, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah,
But
I
we
mean, I get that
have
too. People call me for the same thing.
Yeah, we
So-
don't have a regular direct contact with the people in the elder care program. But, that's really been the issue is we tried to do something with the seniors earlier in the beginning of the pandemic. And when we did the project resilience of getting the meals out and trying to get that information out, word of mouth was it, but it's hard. It's really hard.
Yeah,
And
well, because I
sometimes-
can
Yeah,
I
go
can
ahead.
tell you my biggest increase has been in the senior population for people who we feed right now. So go ahead,
Here's a
Mary.
question. When a senior goes to the assessor, right? We're looking for our senior exemptions on our taxes.
Mhm.
Is there something we could hand out and say, we're just giving this to all seniors who are applying?
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's not,
Not
yeah,
a
it's
bad idea.
yeah, some way where we have a generic list where it's like not selective to anyone particular, but it's like a mailing or a pamphlet, like that's just simply states, and you can ask the pantry to print it up themselves, like that doesn't have to be on the town's budget burden to do printing of anything.
Well, we can
But
print
to
their
say-
flyer. That's
yeah.
that's fine.
Whatever we'd like to do, is up to, because I know that they're their own private entity, they're not technically a town department.
Right.
So I would say, yeah, giving out information, most of the time seniors are way more receptive to a paper form of it or a phone call. Phone call is a lot easier. I find that is where I get stuck on the phone the most, because everyone just I have a lot of grandmas at the food pantry. I call them because they call to check in on me, even if they don't need groceries. And they're very sweet and they just want to talk to someone and have that connection, which I know is an important role of our elder care program, is just kind of giving people someone to call since they don't have family around. But yeah, I'd say anyway that if the Assessor Aid, if we're able to just hand it out from the assessor's office and be like, hey, we're just handing these out so you know that it's available to you.
Kate, you've had the flyers at your desk for a while, right? Are you getting feedback from people? Sorry.
Not really, but we also really haven't had the influx of people like we used to have. So I don't really know if the information that's in my office is really getting out to the
Okay.
public all that much.
Okay.
But I do think it is a great idea, giving a flyer out with the senior exemptions, and that's going on right now. So
Yeah.
like the next couple weeks, that's going to be really important. I think that would be a great idea.
I will print 50 tomorrow and ask Jeremy when people come in to just hand one out to him and say, hey, do you know about this program?
Mhm.
But yeah, Charlotte alluded to it, but there are needs beyond food. And I think that connection is, and having someone to talk to, people are independent. They don't want to necessarily feel like they're asking people for stuff, but I think we really have to figure out a way to rely on the community to do this too. Because this board and the town employees can do great stuff, but there's a lot of people out there. So I know we've talked about it in the past. I'd love to find out. People need to know their neighbors. They need to give their neighbors calls, check in, chat with them and stuff like that. So it'd be great if we could figure out through some of our programs how to build a web of people to kind of do that outreach and check in and just say, hey, do you need anything? Or just, bring food by, don't even have to ask. So it's not, we're going to need help in doing this because it's more than just food that I think people need.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
definitely. I give out multiple sources at my food pantry. Now, it's not just like food is what we do, but like I have people at Repco who I know, for anyone who's being evicted or has issues with housing, like I direct contact, I'm a networker also while I do that. So if we can do that on the town level also to help our residents, I think would be a great, especially for our seniors, because it is very hard for them right now.
We kind of do that on a one-on-one basis when people come and ask questions, you know. We get an awful lot of phone calls every day, every week. Who do I call about this? Where do I go for this? So
our recreation department has done an unbelievable job during the pandemic. You know, with our seniors, you know, when they were kind of disenfranchised from their after school programs, summer programs. One of the torches they raised and ran with was networking with our seniors, and it actually led to one of the biggest you know, localized vaccinations in Ulster County. You know, right at a rec center. So we do have that. Our constabulary does have you know, an emergency list of folks that are at risk and things like that. Like you guys say, you know, there's a handful of issues. Number one is reluctance for help. Number two is identification, and number three is HIPAA laws. So, like I said, the best thing we can do is, you know, as a group is, you know, whether it's the food pantry, the recreation department, or just what we do personally, you know, is make sure we're reaching out to our seniors, you know, especially in these dark, cold winter nights, and you know, and doing anything we can for each other. I think Mike made a great point about you know, about being neighborly, you know, and again, letting people know that these resources are available.
okay. We'll skip the countywide landfill resolution. You know, unless anybody, it was something the Supervisor Association threw out there as a possibility. We can certainly talk about it down the road. If I could jump ahead to the plumbing licensing requirement real quick, a resident called me. They had an odd issue. They had a plumber who came in and decided they needed to do electrical work in their house next to install a hot water heater. They did some electrical work, and it caused a problem. They did shoddy electrical work. She brought up to me that plumbers should be licensed, and I pointed out to her that, well, it was an electrical issue that caused your problem, and the county does have an electrical licensing law. Her contention is that the town should consider licensing other trades. I did some research. The city of Kingston licenses plumbers, but I don't know of any other municipality that does. Maybe Saugerties. I wasn't entirely sure if they did or didn't. She has reached out to County Legislator Hewitt to bring this idea to the county. But she did ask that I bring it to the board to consider. I said, I didn't know that we would want to be the first in the county to start requiring plumbing licensing within a municipality, but what are people's thoughts? And Mary Lou, chime in, because you probably experienced this with Kingston.
I have experienced it with Kingston, but that law was on the books long before I did any work for them. So, you know, I can't say that I ever did anything with that. And maybe Saugerties has it, but it may also be something that's allowed in cities and villages. I will look to see if it is allowed in towns, if you guys are interested in doing that.
I understand the need, the ask for it. I'm concerned with that we're overstepping kind of our bounds with small contractors. The electrical licensing, I was a little fearful that it was going to scare a lot of it took a long time to get it massaged, so it's working, and it actually is. I think it is working now, but I was fearful the little guys were going to get squeezed out by some of the rules, and I'm afraid a plumbing thing could do similar.
Are we qualified to decide who gets a license?
That's another question I have.
I I don't think we're qualified to decide that as a town. Like, I don't think, like, I was raised by a tradesperson, but I still wouldn't feel confident saying that I would know what a carpenter, what's required of a carpenter, if a license was required, even though I was raised doing carpentry work. So I don't know that that necessarily, like, I feel for our resident after the email and reading through it, but I think that that should be more on Chris Hewitt's plate than on a county level than it should be on a town level, personally.
Well, and I can speak to Chris. I have not spoken to him because she only informed me today that she had spoken to Chris. She called me like 2 weeks ago initially about this and then followed up with me today on it. So I can speak more with Chris and see if you know where he may head county level. I know the electrical one was quite controversial and there was an awful lot of pushback, and it's just really gone into implementation as of last month. So I still sort of reserve judgment. I know I was kind of against it. People like myself who have a lot of electrical experience, but not I'm not licensed, but 40 years of doing it in the entertainment business, I couldn't put my own outlet in now with this law. That, you know, I worry
also
about
see-
things like that.
I also see a lot of people desperate, somebody who's having plumbing issues currently, desperate to get people to repair, and there's not enough people working in the trades to serve the current needs of the community. So if you have a requirement that then cuts that down further, it's going to be really hard.
Okay, well, I'll talk with Chris and see, you know, what his thoughts are and where it may head on the county level. I'm not saying we should ignore it, but I don't know if it's something we want to take on either. Aaron, the Climate Smart Community, and then Judith Karpova requested about this Clean Energy Community Program. I don't know if you can do a really quick overview. The Climate Smart Community, we are a Climate Smart Community. We just need to establish a call for a committee. We have to figure out what we want that committee to be in terms of number of members. I know we did at one time talk, we didn't want to overburden it with ECC members. We wanted to make it more diverse. And so we kind of need to come up with a criteria of the number.
Yeah, we did pass the resolution establishing the committee that I think gives us some wiggle room. Is that what you mean? Is like
Yeah. And I forgot we did do that resolution, Aaron. I'll circulate that resolution with everybody, and that will get us back on track. We got a little sidetracked with calling for members, and I take a lot of that responsibility. It didn't happen, and it should have. So
it was busy. It was busy, and it's been busy. I think I think we did the round of board appointments, and now we can move on to newer committees.
Okay.
The Clean Energy Community Program, this is something that Judith brought to our attention. It's another state like NYSERDA benchmarking program that she'd like to do. It's a supported program. I don't know a ton about it. I just registered for a training. That's not until March though. But I think it's a similar benchmarking program where there would be recommendations for what we can do to transition to, things that are considered clean energy. I think it does dovetail with the Climate Smart Community Program, like whatever we would be doing for that could count as points in the Climate Smart Community Program. The main thing with the Clean Energy Program is it's a gateway to some state funding that's available for municipal energy projects.
Yeah, and one of the keys that she told me about is that you can do an analysis of your own buildings, and out of that comes points for the Climate Smart program, but it's obviously cost savings too if you come up with an analysis of how to better deal with your buildings. So
Yeah.
do you want to do a little more research and see what you can find? And, you know, I know
Yeah,
you said
and
that
also
training
with-
is until March, but
Yeah, the training
that's
I'm
only a month
doing
away.
is in March, and then I don't know specifically what we have to do as a board, but I can also figure all that out too.
Okay. Thank you. She sent me some of the info, but I just didn't really have time to do a lot of research on it.
Yeah, and she's already done like a lot of training and
Yeah.
on it already, so
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna back up like Michael did before. I looked it up. You can do an ordinance which requires plumbers to have a town license if
Okay.
you so desire. So now it's a question of whether you so desire.
Okay. Has to be done by local law, though, I would imagine, right? Nope, muted.
Says ordinance, but you know,
Yeah.
local law,
Okay.
ordinance.
Okay. Not by resolution, I guess is what.
No, not by resolution.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Aaron, we actually made it through. So Watershed Park, I know Chris sent some information to you about where he kind of left things.
yeah, so there's a couple of things. One, we did the phase 2. There was a phase 2, and the deadline for completion of that was December 31st. And I don't think we've gotten the complete like deliverables on that. I think there was maybe a misunderstanding on what was expected. So I think we need to follow up with that and see what's going on with the trees that were being ordered and going to be planted. And then basically things are.
We haven't paid the full fee either on that. We paid
Right, we
half.
don't-
So.
Yeah, we paid a percentage of that. So we might need to extend as a board, if like, we might need to extend that, offer an extension if we want to have that work completed. Then I received, the site plan maps, and then I have all the materials from Chris Hewitt. Right now, I think it's a matter of what do we do now? Do we want to move forward with this, the park? And if so, how? And so that's basically where, I'd spoken, Chris and I are going to sit down and talk more at length. We spoke quickly last week. I think it would be good to do some more community focus groups where we're reaching out to certain groups of the community and asking them what they'd like to see. There are some concerns about the proximity of the road and the entryway to the neighboring landowner. That's something I've been contacted about recently also. And how would we mitigate that, the trespassing when it's so close? So there are some, some things that I think we should resolve. And then in the meantime, the question I brought up in the discussion is we had given, I need to go back and look and see exactly what the resolution was, but we had given the ECC sort of like access to the property to do work. And the question I have is like, what's the scope of that now in 2022?
Yeah, I think too, Aaron, we gave the ECC, not that they should be scheduling public events. That's why I got a little concerned when they were going to advertise this. If they want to go on the property, I don't really have an issue. I think one of the things we have to decide as a board is, do we want to move forward with this idea of making this a park? Do we not want to move forward with making this a park? That needs to be the first discussion. If we are going to do it, we have to come up with a concerted plan of how we're going to do it and move forward. Just because we own the land doesn't mean it has to be a park. We can own land that's a buffer, and that's kind of what it is right now. So I respect all the work Chris did, and I think it's very valuable. And I wouldn't have known all those species existed there without that work. But I think we just need to sort of figure out where we're headed before we just call it, say we're going to have a watershed park. So.
I
Anybody
agree. And
else? No, go ahead.
I was just going to clarify too, the ECC, when we had that discussion about it, they were really, what they're trying to do right now as a group is have public events where people can come and they can meet and talk about the ECC. So they heard the concern and said that any visitation that they would be doing would be to be scouting for wildlife species, and they would not be holding any public events there.
Because I also worry about insurance and liability.
Yes,
you know,
absolutely.
so. Okay. We have a brief executive session to move into, but what I'd like to do is do the memoriam before we do that, so we can just do the executive session.
Before you do that, did you discuss FF on the agenda and I like totally?
No,
zoned
we
out?
skipped it. We skipped it. I said we'll skip
Purposely.
it for now.
Okay. All
Yep.
right. Sorry, I missed
Yep.
that. I must have been
No,
like doing
went right past it.
on the side. All right.
No.
Thank you.
No, we can talk about it another time. So the memoriam first, our condolences to Highway Superintendent Fry, whose father Otto Fry passed. Michael Morgan, Earl Williams, Janet Walters, Phil, and I'm gonna murder the last name,
Gutchis.
Gutchis. Thank you, Kate. I've watched him race, but I never really knew his pronunciation of his name. And then all suffering worldwide from COVID. For the new board members, what I do is I during the month, I just track obituaries and funeral home notices. And if you ever have a name that you would like to add, please feel free to add it. Whether we try to keep it to local Rochester residents, but clearly if it's somebody personal you'd like to add as well, please do. So with that, then I'd ask that we have a motion to enter into executive session at 10:31 p.m. to discuss a benefit question concerning a particular employee.
I'll make the
Okay.
motion.
Do I have a
Or I'll
second?
second it.
Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. Kate, I'm gonna stop the recording. We'll stop the YouTube. And I don't think we're gonna need you to come back. It should be a quick executive session and then the meeting